因为想先聊天，找要找，得找。嘿嘿。YJ 最近是没有好转吗？考完试有好一点吗？我等一下有提拉米苏可以吃。你在跟我炫耀吗？有好一点。那就好。你要当成炫耀也可以。没有，就是炫耀。因为我没有，所以就是炫耀。不管，我也好久没有吃提拉米苏了，好想吃哦。这我跟你说，我今天早上早上起来的时候是哭着醒的我梦到那个生日蛋糕。你什么时候生日？今天吗？今天吗？你怎么没有说？生日快乐！怎么没说？那我现在帮你艾特一下。可是我现在不能艾特。生日快乐！没有啊，我想艾特你。生日快乐！没有艾特啦，因为我现在在，因为我现在在那个直播模式，我没有办法艾特人。是不是有图啊？下午晚上好啊，黑鸭。YJ 生日快乐！对啊，好惊讶你怎么都不先说嘞？甚至没有办法准备个什么？那你跟那个库玛一样，是这个月的那个寿星宝宝。不用准备什么，人在就好。对啊，都不说，你不说我们怎么会知道嘞？晚上好啊 ，Harry。请你们记住我现在此时此刻的模样，我怕等下看比赛我本性会跑出来，也不是本性啊，那个看比赛的时候的那个德性会跑出来，看比赛的人格会跑出来。请你们记住我现在的模样。我今天早上好像梦到什么很难过的，今天被哥布林偷拍哈？谁欺负 YJ？ 我扁他，谁？他偷拍你干嘛？是不是喜欢你？是不是暗恋？班上男生拍你干嘛？为什么要拍你啊？是因为知道你生日吗？但我还是不懂为什么要拍你。 哥布林叫我？问号。安安，天蝎的护卫，怎么了？为什么快死了？感冒还没好吗？他想造谣我跟另外一个男生交往，好无聊哦，什么啊？现在的学生怎么那么无聊啊？现在的人怎么那么无聊啊？可以不要那么无聊啊？这种不用鸟，真的啊。可是他偷拍你啊，偷拍就是一个侵犯你的肖像权呢，告他。好青春哦，哪有青春啊？超屁耶，好屁哦。青春？问号。哦，今天就是一个，昨天好像梦到，就是很像是那种在学校里面的群组作业，然后每一组要交那个类似角色设计的草稿，然后我交草稿上去之后，有人检举我就是抄袭，就是反正就是跟老师打小报告抄袭，就是说我抄袭之类的。然后老师也是理所当然认为我抄袭，然后就指责我嘛，然后我就哭，就是后来我的组员就是有帮我澄清说，就是我的东西其实是，就我们的成品其实是已经，就是那只是草稿，是成品是有改好的。然后我就这样哭着我就醒来，我想我这到底是什么梦啊？好奇怪的梦哦，我的天哪！可是我就觉得那梦里的我好委屈哦，梦里的我超委屈的欸。唉，没什么力气了，那好好休息啊！太想老师了，怎么可能？我这辈子最讨厌的就是以前的那种学生生活。学生就是一个怎么讲啊？大学时期就是我的灰暗时期，所以我完全不会想要完全不会想老师，完全不会想要回到过去，完全不会。现在正在等待时间到，我想说等开始选角我再切过去。比赛几点啊？对啊，8点。8点之后准备进场，然后开始选角，所以大概开始选角的时间大概是8点10来分吧，通常。昨天的比赛蛮好看的，但是我输光了。做人不能贪呢。下午1点烧到现在才退，天啊！有没有去看医生啊？真的去看医生吗？真的不行的话，应该要就是赶快去打一个退烧针什么的，这样一直烧不太好。输光，对啊，我就是赌徒。我现在没有赌本可以赌了，看完了，结果是什么啊？有感吗？赌徒加1 all in。 啊，我输光啦！我昨天睡地下街，你知道吗？其实我昨天睡地下街啦，赌性坚强。可是很爽啊，就是很快乐啊，而且可以盯到 Gaby 的草，不知道没验出来哦，原来是这样。小赌怡情，大赌郭台铭，必须赌。必须得赌吧，反正只是赌忠诚点数而已啊，输了又没差。真的，别人都不懂，而且我就是那个不懂的。没有，忠诚点数就是一个挂台就会有的东西哦。压的队伍赢了就很爽了。这种增添看比赛的乐趣。我今天还没6点就起床，我佩服自己。我今天也是6点多就起床，头痛醒，然后去吃了药继续睡。寿星这么早起，迎接快乐的早晨。寿星。还有什么？生日축하합니다，生日축하합니다，사랑은 YJ，生日축하합니다。好爱。请你忘掉那些哥布林。看我，忘掉那哥布林。我在努力忘记了。哎呦。那都不要提，好不容易要出道，看来真的有哦。说一下 YJ 生日快乐。哎呦，好暖哦，真好。前几天还在跟就是聊天室的别人，就是其他的观众在聊，然后 就在说，就是每个台的台规怎么样，然后现在 V 圈都有一些潜规定什么的，而我就觉得，我这里好像都没有好像还好，不要太过分，都还可以接受。反正互相尊重嘛，对吧？多一点祝福嘛，这倒确实祝福不嫌少。放眼望过去，确实大家都要快乐。对呀，这样3天了，你要去跟医生说药效不够啊。遇到 YJ 就好快乐，跟身体的免疫系统说加油，这样就会好了。为什么遇到 YJ 就好快乐？我该说谢谢吗？不好说。我跟你们说，我今天晚餐那个我妈直接用了那个胡麻酱做了，我就今天走进去厨房，然后我就说，我就跟我妈说怎样？今天是胡麻套餐，是不是？她弄了胡麻的那叫什么？胡麻的烫地瓜叶跟胡麻豆腐。我说今天是胡麻套餐，是不是？吃完觉得好胖哦。但是胡麻酱真的很好吃，有没有人也跟我一样喜欢吃胡麻酱？觉得胡麻酱很好吃。好吃，但不会主动吃。我是如果去那个居酒屋，或者是去吃那种炸串店，有那种胡麻的那种豆腐，我就会吃。因为这种东西平常就吃不到。可是我们家现在就是我的舅舅给我们那个 Costco 卖那种2大罐胡麻酱，然后我妈煮一煮，最近不太想再吃胡麻酱，那吃多了有点腻。果然距离就是美啊，果然不能离太近啊，笑死。我觉得我刚刚，然后重点是刚刚就是配饭嘛，然后配饭之后就觉得那个汁会流下去，然后就觉得那个饭就胡麻酱，然后沾饭，就觉得好腻哦，吃起来好那种就是那种 乳感，就是油油的，然后奶奶的这样，感觉好not good not good。蹭完如果输了不要怪我。我现在甚至没有钱可以 all in， 知道吗？黑呀，确实拿good。对啊，就是那种胡麻的那个奶奶油油的感觉，然后配上饭这样，不太好吃，有点腻。然后加上我今天饭又不小心盛太多 ，Oh my god！ 我直接吃太饱啊！我到现在都还在饱欸。今天47分了，太腻有点。对啊，我就是因为后面吃到很饱，然后又很腻，然后就有点吃不下去。因为我整碗饭上面全部都是胡麻。你好早，因为就是要早起准备看比赛呀。米卡晚上好啊。今天学校中午也吃胡麻酱拌面，胡麻酱拌面听起来感觉好腻哦。我会怪会长，是他让我想起 all in 的，哪有乱讲？乱讲！我刚刚就在说，请你们记住现在的我，忘掉等一下的我。我怕我那个看比赛的人格会出现。爆米花准备好了，米卡也有在看吗？米卡也会看比赛吗？等等就不会这么冷静了。哎，可是还好，今天的队伍不是我的队伍，我的队伍是明天的队伍，可是我看不到，明天有联动。明天有联动，我的 T1。我应该只会看 T1 的时候比较激动，其他还好，其他应该偏冷静。我 YJ， 我跟你说，你看我的这里，这个，看我的右下角，我离 Outlet 是越来越近了，我好害怕。我不是很想玩 Outlet， 但是虽然那时候立起了，但还是会怕，还是会害怕。有几个主播在疯，有空就跟着。米卡，你有看过别人这样一起转播比赛的吗？因为我真的有，虽然说想看，但是就是会担心被 ban 掉，很烦呢。 初期香港主播有转画面的赛评，不过画面不大。那是有收到邀请的，而且是在突起。YT 不知道会不会出事。我想说，趁我还没500，还没有是，还有就 DC 同步。但是，我现在在犹豫，就是我要不要播画面，还是我就这样自己看？可是这样会不会很怪啊？弄个跑马灯或是布条吧。布条？什么布条？这个人还没醒。我可以放一个小小的。哇塞！哦，我好兴奋哦！我现在好期待哦！你们知道这是韩国？是韩国吗？韩国第一种子打中国第一种子。呼呼！我现在在听着他英文的内容，然后就觉得，我如果比赛看多了，我会不会进步啊？我的英文，虽然说我现在一个字都听不懂，我现在只听得懂选手的名字，超可怜的，想一想就觉得可怜，难，怎么这样？高段场针对性战术和一般不同。对啊，不是，我是说英文，不是说技术。那个就技术就有点是吃个人的。 那些转播语速太快，这倒确实罗勒安安。只有台湾赛评才那么慢，我觉得可能不是慢是就是怎么讲，我们听得比较懂，所以会觉得很慢。不然我觉得正在吃饭中，吃完就要团练了。OK， 加油！干巴的啊，不要吃太赶慢慢吃。记得慢慢吃。现在先把画面放出来好了。我要这样放小小的一个，这样可以吗？我打这个，我打会不会就是全程嘴巴开开啊？我现在其实就是可能是英文的关系，所以我现在嘴巴都是开开。看一下。又在准备了，在准备了，紧张了。我压的声音。应援声好大哦！这个外国主播我真的每次看，每次都觉得他的妆造很 sharp。噔，要开始了！哎，应该是这样。这个是法文，他们这次是在巴黎打。这卡。前导片啊，各位。今年的韩华很强哦。 今年的小花生也很强哦。巴黎铁塔。布马安安。
我们最艰难的时刻是我们1跟2的时候，因为我们在处于
我们最艰难的时刻是在我们1跟2的时候。
在那个时间段，我觉得我们整个队伍在
晚上好，顾马。
还有心态上面，其实都没有做得特别的好吧。
现在正在看前导片。
2次机会去让我们继续前进，但我们都把握住了。
虽然很想支持韩华，可是 LPL 通常在打韩国队都挺强，而且我现在没有钱可以 all in 好。不嘛。
花生的话，我觉得他跟队友的协调还有一些指挥在。
你们那么好，每次都帮我宣传。
他弱点的话，当遇到比较强的打野一直给他野区压力的话，我觉得他会很慌张，然后没有什么自己的节奏了。Pirate， 我会再次击碎你。
哦，
没什么想说的，我只需要在比
再次击碎
实力就行。我觉得今年的票队伍面对LCK 都是完全有机会战胜的，我们第一点都。
不好意思 ，Night， 我听不懂你在说什么。
今年我们一样会击败他们。
好，我听懂了。今年我们一样会击败他们。怎么可以讲话这么的不清楚？怎么会这样？干巴爹，干巴爹。Make them believe。啊，帅 ！My eyes。预测开始，各位。又杰安安，我今天联动取消了，对方重感冒没有办法来，所以我只好转看比赛了。他拿面包他拿法国面包好好笑哦。我摸到了，这样不洗手了。小花生，有一个摸到了，然后在那边跳。你这卡是那是丽卡中路，干巴爹。外婆 ，ID 凯莉，好法式哦 ，ID 凯莉。怎么办啊，阿丑？要下哪一边？烦呢、欸。哔哩哔哩 Gaming。气场就不一样，拉到外套了，你们这些人。 你们这样的教怎么走啦？太夸张了吧！走不动，走不动，根本走不动。艾迪卡利，哎呦克，哎呦克！希望你今天的表现发挥超群。你现在压力一定很大。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the quarterfinals here. It's our second one. And man, we're getting into some of the good stuff extraordinarily early. These knockouts. BLG taking on HLE. 2 first seeds already about to duke it out.
And the fact that they have to play each other in the quarterfinal is a result of BLG fumbling a little bit in the switch.
哦哟，韩华62比38。我看一下选角。第一位有点像台湾电竞选手郑哲。第一位是谁啊？我忘记第一个是谁。
And it's such a rivalry match as well because of the don't know what's going to happen in draft either, which we were trying to debate for the past like several hours coming in. The red side team, BLG, whether or not they ban Yone Aurora is massive, and we're going to get to see it here.
Exactly, we're going to find out right now. And we were so excited about the story, I forgot to introduce ourselves. I'm Atlas, this is Jat, and that is Dagda. And this is Jat and I's first cast together.
欧罗拉
2019, right? And the first time
必
we had
奔
Jat on a
鳄
quarterfinal
鱼奔
broadcast in that amount of time. It's not never
牙宁要放吗？
It's just the best. Let's get into the League of Legends now, though, because the Callista ban that we were discussing in the bus ride over is actually going to occur here from Harmon Life Esports on the blue side. Renekton taken away as well. Aurora, Yone?
Good.
I imagine it will be the Yone ban, and then we were kind of back and forth on whether it's
丸子安安，这是在说什么？这是在说他在讲那个啦，他们的边角，没关系，英文听不懂，我们看就好。他们在预测他们会 ban 什么，然后再分析哪选手会玩哪些角色，可能会 ban 什么这样。下好离手，我还没下啊，不敢下，我在看选角。自编武器？为什么？兵哥，我很期待你的武器说。是因为对方会先手吗？啊，先选塞勒斯。虽然说我今天下午遇到那个塞勒斯也有点误解。先手塞勒斯。
actually have really good ultimates, so I think teams are going to be willing to just pick it early. I wasn't expecting a first pick.
这完全听不懂。就是他在讲说，哦，他选了什么角色啊？然后谁就是会用阿里那支的角色的那个选手发挥起来怎么样？干嘛干嘛？ 但是大家主要是进去听游戏的声音。哦，激进打。纳尔。眼神坚定。狐狸贝尔。 哦，竟然先按赞养成习惯了，谢谢你。
Worlds, we've seen the Poppy as support. Delight has 2 Poppy games already, and lane swap could be a play for this.
If I was BLG here, though, I'd take the Ezreal, or, well, it looks like they're going to go Rumble, but essentially just ban away engage supports, because either Peanut has to take that in towards the jungle, which is okay against what's on the opposite side, or you're just getting Delight incredibly comfortable. So even if you want to go a Rel ban, Leona ban, and look to take the Rakan yourself here as BLG, I think you've set up for a really nice dive composition.
右边好凶哦。
Exactly, and we saw Ezreal find a ton of success yesterday in part
可是左边也
teams are dominating with
不会
dive
太强。
composition. So we were thinking that we might see higher and higher Ezreal priority.
阿丑，你压哪一边？
We have a mismatch at the roles that have been locked in. If I'm assuming that that Poppy is a support, so we'll see if BLG target bans the junglers with the next set.
阿丑，你压哪一边？BLG 哦。
Just because Silas uses it and it does a bajillion damage as well. There are certain things that can become
all in， 可是我只剩200多，所以其实好像没怎么差。
I thought you'd actually see them trying to like take an Ezreal for themselves, but with the Kai'Sa ban and already the Xayah gone, it nearly is inviting BLG to take the Ezreal. So maybe they have something in their back pockets of, hey, we've got some answer to an Ezreal, which is a late game scaler, or we just don't have to operate in that mid game with you.
Yeah, I want to see some range to come out from Humble Life Esports, because right now they don't have a whole lot of it at all. Maybe if they do go for that Ezreal pickup, then it could be something like a Caitlyn picked up into it, another conversation that we had earlier on. They are going to play it safe, banding away the Ashe. Of course, Elk, phenomenal Ashe player just in general. So many of AD carries really have been gravitating towards this pick. We'll see what Elk is going to do. The Ezreal just does feel a bit like a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the Ezreal taken away, but I've been trying to ponder what you could go on the opposite side, and I don't know if it is something like, hey, we're maybe going to pull out like a Senna that was talked about as we were coming into this tournament, but we haven't really seen, but instead just going to try and take away Delight's main engaged champion.
And with Ezreal being up, I think Viper will play it. The other thing that I know is
白色队服让你想要台湾电竞对 HAK， 我没有在看那个台湾的那个台湾的要收了。 要跟那个也不是收了啦，就是跟那个哪一区来的要合并了。左边好保守哦，右边好凶哦，知道要哦秒选呢。
Otherwise, if you can't burn down Helmut, there's just so much DPS and self-heal.
And it is actually the Poppy getting flexed to jungle, so the Sejuani ban ends up being burned by BLG. We'll have to see. We haven't seen much jungle Poppy here, and you're right, Dag, it's the MF.
Yeah, Misfortune going to come in. Does feel like a bit of a dangerous game for MF, although you don't necessarily have some of the classic counters in things like Leona that can have a really long-range solo flare to interrupt you and things like that. But there is Nah, there is even the ultimate coming out from the Poppy as well that can get up to a decent range to knock her away. Certainly interrupt. HLA definitely feeling real brawly with this composition and so much damage and wombo coming out of BLG.
Yeah, I think BLG kind of spike off that 1 to 2 items and need to take
所以我压
in the mid game. Otherwise, you do end up
是 B 是 B。
Silas just getting too tanky. The late game Ezreal not being able to get locked down really.
这个是要看到直播结束吗？对啊，肯定要看完的，就看他们谁先拿3分就赢了。
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I do feel like coming out of this champion select, BLG's composition feels that little bit more cohesive. Feels
问就是不压，直接上去吹风。看不太清，没有啊，你们直接去，你们去他那个官网看啊，因为我这边只是就是播一个画面，小小的，我也不能放太大。你可以去图奇搜 Riot Game。 对对对，看到直播结束，就是应该说是看到他们打完，其中一队到3分，对。
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these Ezreal Alistairs do opt in for the lane swap, but it is now time. Let's jump onto the rift for game number 1. Life Esports taking on BLG, our second quarterfinal. I cannot wait to see who's going to be able to draw first blood in this series. HLE on the coveted blue side.
紧张紧张，刺激刺激。
They're the ones that really do have to draw first blood in this one.
You can already see they're setting up for the lane swap, but I think this is
哦
Zeka already
哦哦
finding an angle on
哎，
it.
这个推
Not quite getting the stun, the heroic charge not quite working, and down to 100. But he'll walk out.
哇
No flash needed.
This is huge.
要塔吗？
Might keep going here.
Tanking.
All right, Zeka's just gonna dive underneath. Doesn't find the chain. There's the headbutt for the kill. They have to throw the kitchen. Knight's gonna trade.
哈
Oh god, the flash! They just trade places and he keeps walking! Alright, it's a 1-for-1 in the end. Everything's even.
We have to take stock of who got the kills, though. It's a kill to Knight's
What the fuck?
versus a kill to Delight's Aster. That's going to be favoring in BLG, and I think Peanut is going to be kicking himself a little bit because if he flashed for a better angle on the initial E, I think
Peanut 没有晕到，好亏哦。
Now I'm kind of curious as to what
一
the
换
plan
一，
is.
但
I
是
see Ben already moving down towards this bottom side. On is here to get on towards Viper.
但是右边教的东西比较多。
Yeah, Doran's gonna make his way up, throws the boomerang out, the crash down there from On to get him out of the way. I think it is a good time to remind everyone that Knight is pretty good at Ari. His win rate 51 to 10, has an 11 KDA or something around there, and he is extremely good at this champion.
I mean, this was the champion that he started
而
making
且
on with
而且
the
左边
murder
刚刚那个
both
头是
sacrifice
给到
early,
傻
but
破，所以
we'll have to see if
其
he
实
could
是右边
return swiftly to
感
try
觉
and
右
get that
边
one.
稍微好一点，
But
但是他们教的
honestly, I
闪
think
现
that's
又
a big
多
win
一
for
点，
BLG.
所以
Not
也
only do you get Knight off to a great start,
比
you actually
对
get
线
the
起
matchup
痛
you
苦
were
一
looking
点。
for as well.
And I think especially with Delight having no
撑
flash,
住
it's
就是
going
赚
to
的。
be a top lane that they can push in fairly free. I do think we're going to see a swap
希娜安安，晚上好。
get the right recall timings, but for the current time being, BLG has great lanes.
Yeah, plus the TP advantage for Ben is going to help out massively as well. He can pick up an early advantage for himself off of the reset. So for BLG, this is kind of the best start you could hope for. It's just now a case of can they try and move
Best
forward in the
Ahri.
game with that strength. And with a composition where they can play sides with Knight on this Ahri, I think it just unlocks On so well. And this is kind of where BLG found that success against G2, and they're looking to replicate that here against Home Life.
They push it in, they're getting an early recall, and I actually think they might be swapping down. The original point of the lane swap, where you'd have the three-wave stack into an early dive, is gone. And actually, they're just going to take that call by and immediately run back up top lane. So they had the tempo here to do whatever they want. You can see MF running out back to top lane, but On is going to have a move on Rel with Flash, and he's going to be a solo support on the map here.
Yep, Zeka clears out.
请问6日有直播吗？6日哦。
Something that BLG have always played really well around though.
明天晚上会有，
On the map, so looking forward to seeing what
因为明天晚上有联动，然后礼拜天应该也会有，只是时间不一定。就6日的话，时间就比较不一定。
Playing these melee champions and just staying even on farm, and it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, especially against Knight's Ahri that is so very, very good, keeping that health bar down. But as I say that,
哦
he's
哦，清到了，流到了。
Peanut and Delight are trying to get in here in time. We'll see whether they manage to able to dash his way out. No chains necessary.
真的
Zeka will be okay for now.
Yeah, On had that angle, but he did such a long wraparound.
嗯
Enough assistance that BLG wasn't willing to fully chase into the river. So a nice look, but ultimately it's not going to
真的。
It does provide space for Knight in this mid lane, and also kind of gives a lot of control of what BLG are looking for. We heard Shun in the opening saying, I want to try and target the enemy jungler. I want to try and put Peanut behind.
日媒
Large portion of that is going to be
没有，就是看
trying to
看
towards
情
the
况
enemy jungle, which you can already kind of see
应该说
on this bottom
应该是
side.
会啦，只是不确
And
定
a lot
时
of
间
that。is how are Shun and On going to work together? So having these small advantages with Elk having push in top, with Knight having push in mid, it's going to open up for BLG to put that pressure onto Peanut once more.
Yeah, and now another push in here towards the top side of the map. The Misfortune, definitely very strong in the early game, but I think during this tournament, a lot of us have gone off the hype train when it comes to the MF. As this siege certainly starting to work out. I love this conversation about junglers though, gentlemen, because Peanut is on exactly the jungler that Peanut fans want him to be on. That is someone with a heck of a lot of utility and CC. The ability to farm camps and get strong, not as important for this guy, and we'll see whether he can make use of it in the ways that he has domestically. It's made him so incredibly terrifying throughout this season.
And I think it's really interesting to see how Shun has come out on towards almost counterpicking himself, going towards the buy, but giving himself that opportunity to go.
好难受哦，这个中路。
This was the matchup we watched for BLG and Gen G so often last year. MSI went to BLG, Worlds went to BLG, but Peanut looking for that revenge, and it's not Wei who's opposite him. BLG up back in towards Shun to see if they can find some of that success once more with the change in jungle.
Absolutely, but I will also say that BLG has pressure everywhere.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of whether or not they can convert it, because at the moment, HLE is absolutely on the back foot. Bin hit level 6 first, altered the wave, got an incredibly strong amount of tempo on his reset, and now we just need to see what the next play is. They're going to forego the dragon and just rush everybody into this rift scuttle right away. You can see Rumble and Ari already deploying.
Yep, you can see Delight level 4.
哦 ，AD 状态都没有很好。
Level 5 already over here. You can see everyone converging on BLG. These grubs should belong to them, but we'll see whether Zeka can.
BLG 靠得更快。
There is no shot for this one.
然后蓝宝用大绝洗兵优先回家，可以走过来。
Get down to the bottom side. Bin is able to roam up towards top side off of that nice push. He then teleports down to the bottom wave to pick up the majority of it as well. And it means you're in a totally fine spot. Sure, he lost a little bit as it hit the turret, but in the grand scheme of things, BLG are just happy to get that advantage for themselves.
He loses a couple minions and 1 plate. That's absolutely worth 3 grubs early. And I'm actually pretty surprised that we still have these duo lanes top. Nobody really wanted to blink first, but it's resulting in a very slight lead.
我先洗澡，等等上线。好。
And if everyone stays up towards the top side, when are we going to see our first dragon? There are pings going down onto it. I think that the teams are also asking that question. BLG possibly heading over there, but this could be a really late first raid.
Well, as our resident Australian, I assumed you'd be able to inform us how Australian lanes operate around dragons and things like this. I was relying on you for.
Well, I mean, it's just the opposite. It's just upside down, man. We're just the same as everyone else. Don't you worry. Our voices sound a bit weird, but that's about it. Okay, that's a flash pulverize. Headbutt comes back. On to on. He's going to get knocked up. Zeka finds the chain. And he's got the spirit rush as well, so there should be no way out. Zeka picks up the after our shenanigans in the level 1.
我今天玩游戏打到15杀2死10助攻，超开心！真的、哦、这么强？不是，今天那个昂是偶服啊，什么意思？为了守那颗红眼，然后升天，在搞笑哎、欸。怪怪的，怪怪的。
called his bluff there and he gets caught now. Nice, might be the same.
Yeah, could be in a little bit of trouble. Does have everything up and available. There's the spirit rock. Has to invest in flash as well.
I mean, at the time right now, BLG is probably going to be able to get that Drake, but that's such a
继续空物剑。
by Peanut and Zeka. That was no ultimate on Silas. Being able to actually force the flash on Knight there is pretty nice, because otherwise that's a play where they wouldn't have been able to do anything. They still get a small win in the trade.
I think you've also now set up an opportunity for Hanwha to really look for a play with Peanut, using the fact that Doran has that teleport advantage.
今天奈特的清很准哦。
towards a gank somewhere on the map, and it means that then post that gank, Hanwha only have to play off of 2 lanes, and it makes it way easier for them to focus down some of these objectives. And with just that minute and a half resting now on towards the Void Grubs, I wouldn't be surprised to see Peanut make some sort of gank play top, hope that Doran can TP in, and just get that advantage then for yourself.
All right, on looking for a bit of an angle, but the shadow not quite long enough there. Needs extra little bit on the lance, unfortunately. So they are just going to push this wave in, and everything's kind of settled down.
还有一局是21杀54助攻，这么强。Off OK， 聊天室狂刷 Off。
Top lane CS, not something worth talking about at all. So far, Doran hasn't been killed multiple times in lane against Bin.
Australian top lane CS.
Yes.
I was looking top lane at the 80 carries, and
So yeah,
CS is also.
oh, you guys aren't hanging upside down?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
No.
how we do it in
Yes,
Australia. So if there is a lane swap, you just hang upside down, and then everything looks absolutely fine. Reading's a bit more difficult.
I mean, honestly, my biggest takeaway from the first 10 minutes of this game is that we're in for a good series. The fact that these are the #1 seeds from
中路有想法。
the quarterfinals is a little bit
没有。
crazy to begin with. We have so much potential revenge in this matchup as well.
Peanut 在晃
With Doran, Peanut, and Delight getting eliminated by BLG last year in the quarterfinals, wanting to come back and beat them. Zeka being on BLG 3 years ago.
卡视野。
We really do want 5 games. We would love to see it. It's so rare that we actually get to see LCK #1 versus LPL #1 at Worlds. It's only happened 2 times in Worlds history, so it's surprisingly rare because one team
10个人打10个。哦。
early or one team is so dominant. So the fact that this is close is encouraging to me because I
他们
want.
开始在布，已经在布那个虫虫的视野了。 很快就大家都集结了。阿里有 TP。 要放吗？不打吗？来了 ，TP 来了，有点。
Trying to escape, and everyone on HLE is chasing up.
欢
And that is the team fight.
欢
Them the LCK, and they're bringing it here to the quarterfinals. The Wombo combo was a no-go for BLG, and Hanwha punish.
为什么 BLG 刚刚都在打不同边啊？飞叶在追 AD， 然后阿里在追谁啊？都在左边，然后郝云姐在打右边。
Watch Viper on the left here. BLG was hoping to be able to one-shot him, but the elusiveness of this Ezreal just stops the follow-up from the Vi C. Knight and Shun burn everything and are in a
被波比卡住了。
doesn't do nearly enough damage. Then Zeka can just obliterate them. Doran is doing Gnar damage all around the upside of this fight, and the 4-for-0 kind of out of nowhere is a massive win for HLE.
感觉打韩华这个阵容不能那样去抓 AD 呢，而且又是1折，一个1就把你带到一个不好的位置了，也不太好。
just making it possible for BLG to really play their style of game that they want to.
And the last thing there is the big spikes, the big one-item spikes for BLG actually weren't there. We didn't have Knight's Malignance, we didn't have the first item bubble, and we didn't have the
不能说小亏，蛮亏的啦。至少拿到4重，勉勉强强安慰一下。
Get those item spikes and then start going towards the soul because now they're in a world of hurt.
I want to see how BLG adapt though coming into the next fights because clearly going on
重新下载咯。
he has so much mobility. It is incredibly difficult to lock him down in an area where BLG can actually manage
爆发装备。
on this poppy, but maybe Doran is the new target for Shun.
Yeah, if in doubt, gank Doran seems to be something that a lot of teams have caught on to as he's going to flash, looking to try and escape. This one gets underneath the turret. Now the Vault Breaker comes down. The Harpoon is going to skewer him. So there's one back for BLG.
Nice gank. It will end up giving them gold, but not much else. They just burned 2 ultimates with the Hextech Soul open, so it was generally speaking them just thinking they weren't going to be able to win a
Hextech Soul, but unfortunately, we've only had 1 Drake, so it's not quite there yet.
sorry. Hextech Drake. They were going to lose a 5v5 at Drake anyway, so they made a fast play top lane, got some gold, and overall smart play there by BLG.
And I think in a micro situation like that, Life Esports aren't going to be too worried. Probably being able to pick up this Drake with all that positional advantage that they get, they're going to be very happy with. 1 second, and in fact, up right now.
感觉 BLG 的节奏乱掉。夜夜晚上好啊。 你看不懂，没关系。
which I think is going to at least put some manners on Zeka as he will just get on out of there, not wanting to deal with any members of BLG on that bottom side.
Yep, having a look at the lane economy snapshot, you can see Shun doing a decent amount here up against Peanut, but Peanut's Poppy does not need gold, and also Elk having cashed in. That Cull is still doing okay when it comes to money. However, everybody else, it's all just HLE favored, especially that 600 gold on Zeka's side.
梦到我怎么样？
in 2022, maybe you're a new fan of League of Legends. This pick was pretty good for Zeka when he did the whole winning the world championship thing. So him being fed 3-0-2 right now, that is a big deal and something that BLG fans need to be worried about.
And I think it's incredible to see Zeka's journey over the course of his career.
看我在开台，哇，我好辛苦，我连在你的梦里面都在开台。
This is my guy. This is the protege. And at the time, he was the Akali guy. He was the Silas guy. But over now, this time, he is just sprouted into this incredible player that has so many different champions, can play a multitude of different styles. And what was his signature pick to begin with?
And I think they might be trying a dive play on Zeka.
选啥职业？选刺客？我不知道你在说什么，你在说传说啊？
because he peaked so hard at the 2022 World Championship, winning Worlds, and then was not nearly as good as people expected him to be the next year in the LCK, but has continued to work on his game, was actually very successful in the AD carry meta this year, and I think today is a better player than he's ever been, despite actually having that world title.
回来了，换回六局换回。
Yeah, I think the way that they sort of approached winning Worlds and what that meant for that DRX roster, I think they knew it was a miracle. As that's another charge. Doran looking to try and get out. Does have the hop, gets over. There's a fadeaway. Decent ulti there from Peanut just for the disengage, but a teleport going to be invested. Knight lands the charm and says, all right, we'll take a TP. You guys can get out of here.
这游戏角色没有职业吗？只有位置。可是也没有强制规定说某些角色一定要打哪里。有是有啦，但是可能跟你那个性质不太一样。
Tied in Drakes, they've hit the item power spikes, they find little looks for these plays, and it's still going to be absolutely anyone's game.
They also managed to get the Void Mites, right? So they do have those 4 grubs. So even though it was a catastrophic as far as the team fight, they still managed to get the objective.
今天直播开到几点？就说啦，他打完了。
Especially with the fact that the tempo feels like it has now moved back towards BLG after a couple of little plays. Life Esports going to have to find another one of those moments if they want to get themselves to a solid advantage.
所以我也不知道到底几点。
Still in around the 1,000 advantage mark.
You can see how BLG are trying to play this though, constantly shifting on down towards this bottom side and faking that pressure around mid lane because he's hiding out of vision. And it's Doran this time around who respects that. He backs away. It was Zeka literally a minute and a half ago, and BLG haven't found this footing to continue. So team fights still on what can come alive, especially if Zeka's able to complete this second item. Not for things like Dragon in a minute's time, but certainly at Baron in 2.5.
Elk is going to find Delight here. I was wondering whether Delight knew that ward was there, because he was playing like he definitely did. Not going to be able to clear that one out. Still, the horse position known now, so BLG will be able to make some plays around it. And now we're back to some normalcy. It's not this weird Australian lanes that we were, presented with earlier in the game. It's now 80 carries in the mid lane. And we are just setting up our side lanes to see who can make things happen once again in that top side.
Doran doesn't want to fall for this twice. 40 seconds until the next Drake spawn. Feels safe in the top lane.
要抓多蓝吗？
Going for the look. That Scryer's bloom caught him a second ago. He's able to now get a little bit of early vision on the Drake. Unless Doran walks in a bit too far, but he should be completely fine.
Yeah, knows exactly what's going on. Now just hide under the safety of his turret, but with On and Shun in the area, Shun making his way over. Yeah, with Knight, they should be able to crash this wave. And I don't think that anyone on HLE is going to be able to get over here. True Shot Barrage is, a decent attempt, but it's not going to save it.
And this is where the power from Miss Fortune really came alive. It's not the fact that you see 3 members on top side, it's that she gets control over mid wave and allows teams to get 3 members on side lanes. And Shun on able to rotate there because you've got so much control for Elk. And it's just setting up now for BLG. Once more to push mid, they rotate down. Peanut alone on the Dragon though.
And that's amazing here for me for BLG. They almost cheated. Normally when you make a play topside, you're trading it for Drake, but Peanut doesn't do any damage. So he can't actually take the Drake on his own. And now BLG has ran all the way back across, and they're going to look to contest this as well.
Yeah, been on a great flank angle here as Peanut finds himself alone. There's the flash out, but the follow comes through. Chain's going to connect there from Zeka, but Peanut, I think he's not long for the world, and there he goes. That Narbar is looking absolutely gorgeous, but the Boomerang is not going to find the mark. Looking for the straggler there. Is just going to back away. Throws out the drill. Knight is at a 3rd health for some reason. I think something happened. They lose their jungler, but they do get control of the river.
Knight does have the TP to come back into this, but I think with On resetting and the flash on Elk burned, they're just going to try and back away. But Hamar are doing the same. Not really certain that they can just go for it when they don't have a jungler.
Yeah, that Dragon is still undecided who it's going to fall to. Peanut's going to be able to respawn.
哈，没有看到的眼吗？大哥，你都走进去了，什么意思？什么意思？
Seemingly not interested in the Drake, but they've been trading up over and over again. This team was down 2,000 gold 7 minutes ago, but their macro has been so immaculate that they've made it.
结果放龙，为什么？
I think this is why picks like the Ari, like the LeBlanc to be
把 Peanut 杀掉，然后没有状态，所以放龙。
that opportunity to try and play through side lanes, allows On to start rotating around the map, and especially for a player like Knight, there is so much pressure on him coming through from the LPL. This is the Chinese mid laner, the mid laner that started in the LPL, grew up in the LPL, is now getting to be the face of the LPL that could actually win a world title. Whereas when you look back, it's always been those LCK players that have come across the LPL that have won titles for them. So he is kind of the face that has been gifted across from Xiao to Knight to show up for the LPL, and having that desperate Swiss stage really does put a lot of pressure on him to step up once more.
Yep, you're exactly right. Although I feel like Doinby is more of an LPL guy. Out of those mid laners that have won, we'll take Rookie, although you probably won't give him back. Okay, BLG now pushing down towards this bottom side as Zeka will catch that wave for now. And he's been a little bit more quiet. 2-item spike has now been hit. Got the dash cannon as well as that cool helmet that gives you just so much ability power.
只能说
Third item is going to be for Zeka because right now it feels very offensive with his item choices. HLE now just grouping around this Baron.
韩华的视野做得比较好吗？
Because looking at these two teams right now in a
还
vacuum,
是
these 2-item spikes that are coming in.
不知道是 on 都没扫到还是怎样？
Terrifying. And I feel like HLE, as they get to like 3, that's when they're feeling like they might be able to weather some of the storm.
I feel like you're absolutely correct in that take. BLG is extremely strong right now with their ability. Anybody that they pick, they're probably going to be able to one-shot. But I do feel that the Silas Ezreal and even Aster Nar are a little bit inevitable if this game goes long enough. So still so much league to be played. HLE has to be a little cautious with how well BLG has been able to set up these side lane traps. And I think they're doing a pretty good job so far. This is a great game.
It does feel like Hanwha are trying to set up a trap for themselves, though, as you're starting to shift that vision down into this bottom side, seeing if they can pull BLG in and just catch someone on a side lane, even giving that space to Zeka as well. But I think Hanwha have been doing a good job, as you say, of just matching a lot of that pressure from BLG. We haven't seen the presence of on that bottom side of the map actually gain anything for BLG in a lot of this.
Yep, a lot of wards still surviving here in the Baron Pit as well. So BLG with a lot of information that is just sticking around. So don't need to be too worried about the Baron at the moment. Peanut taking a bit of damage here from Knight. I believe just found a charm and an Orbit Deception. Otherwise, it is just going to be a reset. And this could be on vision here from Delight as well, as BLG know that they can walk in, try and take control.
And this is where I want to see Hanwha be a little bit more tempered around these Baron takes. We saw in the FlyQuest series that oftentimes they'd start these Barons and just get caught out despite the 3,000 to 4,000 gold leads they gain for themselves in some of those gains. So I think giving the respect to BLG, just setting down wards, not actually starting up the Baron, respecting what this squad can do if you find yourself in a Baron pit is good to see from Hanwha.
It's such an interesting game though, because like when I look at the vision here, it's so respectful. Like there's not much red ward past this point, and there's very few blue wards past this point. So no one really has the deep vision with which to make a play for, because the few times we've actually seen teams go deep in enemy territory, that's when things have kind of gone wrong. So we may just be waiting for the next objective to pop up, and then we're going to see some real action.
I feel like we've got the perfect Baron Pit for it
也
as
都
well,
没有
because
办法
that
做
sort
到
of
吃。
draws that line for you, has the exact line across, and you can see that's exactly where those wards are. As yeah, we've reached a bit of a lull state, as we say in the LCK.
I think we're looking at Peanut though. I'm keeping my eyes on this bottom side of the map. That vision that was set up already could lend itself to some sort of dive towards Bin, but the pressure from BLG on the mid wave, drawing Peanut and also Delight back in towards that mid. So you can see it's like both teams are trying to set up for these plays, but it's the fact that you can't really get your foothold yet is what's causing so many issues.
And we were talking about the 2-item spikes for BLG, and I think that that definitely eclipses HLE on the whole, but Viper has hit his 2-item spike. And that means that this control of the mid lane that we've been talking about this entire game long might just swing in favor of the Ezreal that's already just poking BLG out, as you can see here.
He's a machine, and also we have a stopwatch on Zeka's Silas, so he's going to be more unleashed to make aggressive plays. I think that item alone actually makes him such a bigger threat onto Elk's Misfortune, because he'll be able to get back there, then buy time for his cooldowns to come back, and then likely finish the execute. So even just those item spikes coming through allow HLE to get a little bit of map pressure back.
And the fact as well that you've drawn so many members of BLG to mid lane means you get that push in the top side for Zeka, so he's going to be able to contest Knight on this wave. Set yourself up for a nice reset timer, then move over towards the dragon that's about to spawn in 10 seconds. Zeka even has the teleport, and the fact he already has that Seeker's Arm Guard, like you pointed out, means he doesn't actually have to reset. So now Knight has to answer for that push in the top side.
Doran just lurking here with his Narbar relatively built up. You can see Shun just missing the Faultbreaker, unfortunately, on the Rift Scuttler, but shouldn't be too much of a big deal. Peanut's gonna come on over and pick that one up, so some vision that's irremovable around this Dragon. That's gonna be sole point for HLE if they can get it. They are starting it up immediately. Been there, though. Equalizer at the ready.
They have such good position right now on this Drake. BLG's gonna have to hard force in. The Arya is on a flank, though.
Yep, the Narbar is now in perfect position here for Doran, though. BLG, can they actually stall this one out? That's going to be the question, is Knight. He throws out the ultimate. The chains are going to miss. He's just dodging Zeka. That's going to be Peanut. He just says, goodbye, Mr. Jungler. I'm the one with the smite now, and he will be able to secure it. And HLE, they can just back away.
Great vision from Hanwha. That wards that were already set up on this bottom side, spotting that the Shun was going over the wall to get Knight out of position as well, and just able to take that one nice and easy without having to draw blood. I'm going to be very happy with that one.
I love the shot from Peanut, too. Direct hit on Divide. No actual chance for a Drake steal. I'd say there is even a little bit of fortune from BLG when Delight's headbutt knocked Knight away from Zeka's Silas chains, because they might have been able to get his flash or maybe even kill him. So BLG was definitely not set up on that play as early as they would have wanted to be, and HLE being one Drake away from Soul Point puts him in the favorable position for the match.
Yep, I'm very happy that we're seeing Peanut on this Poppy as well, because it's been one of his best champions for a really long time. I think him and Owner have been the best Poppy players from the LCK over the last 3 years or thereabouts. I think Owner has had some of the better recent games, but Poppy was always just that. Peanut was always just that guy that's been able to make this champion do some amazing stuff, but hasn't really been gravitating to it more recently. It's good to see.
Oh.
And there goes Knight. Blink and you'll miss it.
太神啦！
Now Shun's gonna face check it. Zeka that finds him. And he's just
太神啦，小花生，
the enemy jungler cannot get into this Baron.
血池一等了。
One pick. They'll be able to take this Baron after one ultimate takes them a dragon. Will we get another team fight? The answer might be no unless BLG find an angle here. There is a two-man Magnus Storm. They're off the Baron now. It's the
什么要去举花生啊？
It's gorgeous, but the Baron goes over to
轩今天是不是怪怪的？举的人都怪怪的。这是什么闪现？
Are you by yourself, buddy? He should be taken down. It's the ultimate from Peanut. Says, all right, we'll just take
哇
them. Set up the
，Peanut 玩得好哎、
Doran almost just dies as Zeka has to flash to get himself back into the Baron pit. And now
哇
I think that disengage that I was calling for.
哇，看了什么
What a brawl around this Baron! It's a phenomenal pick from Hanwha.
？Peanut 玩得好哎、
Getting nice, but BLG thought they saw their window of opportunity to come back. But dodge and duck here,
BLG 有点
diving
丑。
away, Hanwha bring it back.
And just Peanut. That's this entire sequence to me. It's just Peanut. He starts the Baron a little bit. Knight then wants to check because he's suspicious.
很果断的这里，
One shot. But
很
then,
赞，
as the entire
赞赞
fight
赞。
continues to play out, Zeka's zoning the Vi out. There's a slow contest by BLG, and you'll have to watch for Peanut's ejection to save HLE at the end.
举纳尔不是比较好吗？如果真的要打了，
They've been doing a great job of getting early to these objectives, sticking a ward over a wall, getting into a position.
昂真的，
It's been catching people out, and as
昂
this
真
fight
的
goes on,
很丑。
tries to go for the play, but again, college Peanut's ultimates have been absolutely spectacular, and it is destroying BLG in this game.
Absolutely ridiculous stuff. Of course, just a bit of a reminder, we have some proof that Peanut's pretty good at this champion. As,
不知道为什么我又开始想睡。哦，正常啊，因为他们其实打的步调没有很快。
Maokai's stats, but Maokai's less interesting. This Poppy's really cool. Let's see how the siege goes.
Yeah, now they need to use this Baron to actually blow the game open because they found these small picks, but BLG has been able to.
他们就是会隔一段时间打一下架这样，所以中间你会觉得比较无聊，想睡觉。
Good reaction there from Peanut, but he's not going to be able to react to the charm. They managed to lock him down to the bullet time, getting a fair bit of value. But the pulverize is huge. Delight not
什么东西？
the rest of HLE will knock the rest down.
为什么？
Is told to leave. Viper chasing him out at night, and his top laner are the only ones left alive unless Viper has something to say about it. He gets underneath his turret and gets out. But man, that was looking like it was going to be BLG.
阿虫要输钱喽！
Aster is different. That was such an insane engage to turn that one around. It's not great for HLE in the 10 because they still lost the push in the mid lane.
抓是抓得好，可是杀了一个又想贪第二个。
And they do get the pick, but everything was invested there. Bin is not in position. They go for this ultimate, but Zeka has the Ariel to get out. And Delight, the flash pulverized straight to the heart.
我读他们就在毒奶的。
And there's just nothing left in the tank as Hanwha tear them to shreds.
怎么会这样打？郝云杰傻太久了吧？牛都来了。
But they are still within 1,000 gold. There is nothing in this at all, but it's now Ocean Soul on the table for HLE, and BLG do not want them to get it.
怪。
10,000 damage goes fast on that Drake. BLG has to rush this play.
Yep, Zeka on a flank angle now, clearing out vision.
L 可以玩的蛮好，不是 L 可 ，Viper 玩的好。哦，这个大傻的很好。哦，只剩蓝宝了。哇！蓝宝这个大傻的好呢。可惜，差距打出来了。
Zeka Silas always arrives. You can't short sell Viper though. 606, 330.
塞勒斯跟波比，那跟牛隔壁根本打不动，不根本打不动波比跟塞勒斯。
They break the base open as well. Mid lane outer turret will finally go down, but the inhibitor on the bottom side of the map as well. This does feel like a real gut punch from HLE for the first time.
太稀了
And
吧
the last time we saw BLG go up against Doran, Peanut and Delight, they beat game 1, they took game 2. It was Genji having to find success to come back into that game to push it to game 5, but here
看一下璇在干嘛？
And you can just see that BLG is scattered with their
揍了纳尔一拳，
trying to steal along the
然后半
backside.
血。
When he doesn't get it, Zeka just buys an insane amount of time. And he's just so incredibly mobile with that Ari ultimate. He doesn't even have to use his arm guard at all the entire time.
进去被晕住。
Misfortune is hopelessly useless with how much mobility HLE has.
主播说郝云杰 useless， 没用。
Impressive to watch.
Yeah, the way Zeka just goes in, draws 3 people's attention, and then sacrifices half of his health bar and goes out again, right? They can make that re-engage happen over and over again with BLG out of position.
And this man first picked it.
Yeah.
He just blind picked the Silas is like,
Silas
give me
was
it,
the
I'm gonna
first-
take over. This is good.
It was the first tech champion to be introduced into League of Legends, I think. Like, you see good ultimates, you pick Silas. You know, you need the door open for the... No, I guess not. That's not the way.
It's going to be a threat for the rest of the series if you're willing to just lock it like that and have it pay off. The other crazy thing is that HLE blue side banning the Skarner, but it's because Peanut wanted to play Poppy, right? He's like, if I see the right angle, I'm going to hit him with the jungle Poppy. So both of those draft gambits have been paying off big time for HLE here in game 1.
And it's not only that, it's the fact that it's a flex pick as well. You can move that towards the bottom lane if you see an adjustment in the draft. So even now going into game 2, you're not getting free information necessarily if that flex is going to come through. But now Baron back up on the table once again. And BLG looking to try and set up their 6,000 gold behind. And it's an Ocean Soul as well as Peanut. He comes out. There's another 2-man fold. There goes Knight. He just doesn't get to play the game here in game number 1. The bullet time actually
完全没有伤害啊！
not allowed in, not allowed to do anything at all. That equalizer is still up and available from the death chamber as Doran somehow almost surviving. It is going to be the Gnar falling, but it's HLE.
完全没有伤害啊！什么东西啊？GG。
The ace may not be clean, but the fight sure is from Hanwha. Beautiful flanks, beautiful stuff, and a beautiful game 1.
HLE
玩得好，玩得好。
showing up.
人家韩华玩得好。 第一把结束喽！快快快！
And HLE remembers what happened last year. They popped the Genji emote at the end as they're killing the BLG Nexus. 2 more, and they get their revenge.
All right, but ladies and gentlemen, you can dominate the Rift with Opera GX. Get official league mods for your browser, access a dedicated Riot Corner for match schedules, tournament news, and enjoy a brand new co-streaming hub for live broadcast. But now it is time for us to go to a break. We're going to recover.
Take a break.
Game number 2.
主播叫我们 take a break，我先把那个声音关掉。 真的不会吵。哦，啧。既然中场休息，我有没有厕所可以上？还没有厕所上，真难过。阿丑，我又没钱了。我又没钱了。我还有170，我也是170。你要出去那么热？想放我的狗出去。 怎么我的视窗跳掉？干嘛要拍那么近啊？我刚刚出去的时候，我爸问我要不要吃咸酥鸡，然后我就说，我就用这个表情给他，然后我妈就不行，我妈说不可以，可恶！我先休息，好的。酷嘛，你看，这就是现实的残酷。拜拜，舅姐，拜拜。玉玉安安，哈哈，才第二把开始了。把声音打开。
For me, back in 2022 it was all about the solo kills, but with the lane swaps, that's no longer an option, right? So much volatility is taken out, and I think that's the bloodiness that you were looking for, and I was hoping for it as well.
Yeah, let's see how it progresses here. It's awesome here in the Adidas Arena. It almost feels like they're cheering for your endless points. It's not, though. It's actually for the players. I won't take it back, but perhaps they are cheering for our casters. What do you think? Is this going to be 2-0 for HLE?
Oh, it's got to be 5 games.
I need 5 games.
It's got to be 5 games.
So bad.
Blue side's completely overpowered, so it's got blue side, 5 games guaranteed, right? That's got to be it.
Yeah.
I would like the red side team to win twice.
Okay.
Just, you know, if we're being picky,
you just want to have sides also.
Yeah, I don't want the sides to decide everything. I also want to see Yone and Aurora opened by HLE just to mix things up.
I like it.
Because, I mean, yesterday actually the team that was willing to open on red side, Aurora and Yone, was the team that actually won a game on red side with Weibo, because I feel like you're at such a draft disadvantage if you're actually walking 2 of your bans. So we'll
开始喽！各位要预测喽，再破产一次。
They almost have to come in together, right?
And I do agree. I think if you see one, it can't be without the other. The Silas hasn't banned away, but I think this does then put pressure onto Hama, where they can't just immediately go for something like the Kalista ban afterwards. Maybe that's their 3rd slot, but if you see an Ashe ban here on Billy, they are 100% setting up for that Kalista first pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a reminder, even though they did switch sides, if we do see the target bans here by BLG of Poppy and Silas, champions that were banned last game that won't be banned this game. HLE had Kalista, Renekton, and Skarner as their bans. Aurora, Yone, Jax. So Jax, Callista, Renekton, Skarner. Renekton is banned, but that's that we might see for the first time this series.
And the Renekton is actually
两只都 ban 欸。
They could of course just be staggering the Yone, keeping us on our toes. They might leave it up, who knows?
But that's the thing, right? So basically they're saying, hey, do you want to go for that Ashe ban? Because we could leave open Yone and suddenly we get the stronger
这场应该会有贾克斯了吧？
You have an 83% win rate on the
他又 ban 掉了，
across the
为什么
summer,
呢？
so I'm super excited now to see how this one goes. He's going to be the Jax ban instead, so basically kind of not fully taking the bait, but again another Jax ban where Bin doesn't want to go towards us.
Yeah, another BLG Jax ban. I thought with them banning at red side, they were afraid of a takeaway from Doran, but that's
为什么要ban 贾克斯啊？虽然贾克斯也没有说玩的比较好，而且他们又可以抢奸权，为什么要ban 贾克斯
And it also makes me think, like, what is the actual answer here? Skarner's open, so they're getting Skarner, and Zeka must just have something that he is comfortable with into this. Maybe a Kali?
Yeah, maybe, but I also think it's the opportunity to take something like the Ashe away and basically say, hey, look, we are guaranteeing ourselves both the strong jungler and a strong bot lane. We can play for picks.
Yeah.
The Ashe enables a Skarner incredibly well, and I think it's just a great setup here for Hanwha, but it's a case of how much can this Yone get done?
Well, the Skarner is going to be the lock-in here, of course, has been kind of the pride of the jungle at this point in time. That's just going to be a Gnar locked away. This means that the Yone pivot to top lane actually kind of feeling a little bit sexy as well.
It's possible, but I also think Gnar has just become a power pick here at the World Championship. It was so dominant yesterday, huge priority today.
I think this sets up for a rumble on the opposite side, though. How often have we seen this Yone rumble combo come out from LPL teams, which could be absolutely sick, and we already just saw Bin played into the Gnar. Didn't look so hot in the course of, hey, how much impact did he really have? But I think that was just them struggling to set up for team fights more. This combo, though, is disgusting to play into.
We've seen it other times in the tournament, and it is being hovered for the moment. They're just making sure they get as much thinking time in as possible. But it does feel
所以是 Knight 的 Nani。
Zeka's Akali, I heard he's pretty good at that one.
哦，出招了吗？
The Akali is getting a few reactions here out of the crowd. Zeka, where are you going to land? He was one of the earliest adopters.
玩弄观众。
Since she had a mini rework a few years ago. Hovering it for the moment. The crowd not excited about it. Not even a little bit.
哪里？
I'm underwhelmed.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of damage.
If you're going to give BLG that, I think you need something more than this on the other side. Just having Skarner and Gnar is nice, but comparing 3-3, BLG's champions are SQ.
Especially if you start to ban away a lot of these are the AD carries as well that can just play awkwardly on the bottom side. In the fact they're banning Ashe is setting up before again. Maybe you get a Callista ban on the opposite side for BLG here, but then you're starting to, maybe you go for an Ezreal ban. Maybe you try and force something like the Xayah and Rakan here for Viper and Delight on this bottom side. But overall, it just feels like a little bit awkward for Hanwha with how much firepower they've given to BLG.
I think there are options on the bottom side of the map to try and alleviate it, right? Some of the classic mega hyper carries that just do massive amounts of DPS in the late game, thinking like Jinx on 4 items and things like
that. That's so hard into like a Yone rumble, right? Like it's really, really difficult to try and play with that much backline threat. And I think that's where you're going to struggle. I think as Viper, you do have to go either the Ezreal or the Xayah though, and I think you probably need to take it on this first rotation here, because I imagine one of those will be banned here by BLG.
Kai'Sa's insane too. I mean, Kai'Sa in BLG's team composition is so good. I thought we might see a bit of a snowball of bans here with Ashe baiting the Callista ban, and then maybe like Kai'Sa and Ezreal being banned as well.
终于把他一折上边位了，终于。
With both of them having decent things to pair off of, because Xayah can absorb the dive, Kai'Sa can lead the dive.
But the thing is, I think you really would like to go Xayah Rakan for Viper and Delight, but Han is a fantastic Rakan in his own right, so being able to remove that is going to be a bit of a hindrance to the Xayah, so they are just going to go back towards the Kai'Sa, and it'll be the Xayah and Rakan on the opposite side for Billy.
That's the trade.
Yep, and brings us back, doesn't it, to all those years past, where it was Xayah versus Kai'Sa every single game. Hasn't quite been the same story though. The bottom side of the map has been a little bit more up in the air, and it is going to be a purple combo here as the cow once again for Delight. This guy's pulverizers have been absolutely fantastic, but I'm looking at BLG, and one thing I think that you could say is that, range could be a little bit of a problem, but HLE don't have any either, so it's just kind of the best of every world here for this BLG draft that's looking absolutely terrifying.
Viper needs to play out of his mind in this game, though. With the Rakan jumping on him, the Sejuani, the Rumble ult, the Yone ult, there is so much that is.
相信韩华。
If he drops, there is very little damage left in this Homo Life competition. So Peanut needs to beeline to bot lane and make sure that this snake is biting everyone from mid game.
I will say though, if Zeka wins this game, the amount of confidence that he has exuded in draft so far, first picking Silas, going up against Knight's Ahri, and then saying, yeah, Yone, you can have it. I'm gonna play that Ahri thing that you lost with in the last game. If he pulls that off, I don't know how BLG will recover.
And up against probably the most coveted pick in the tournament thus far in the Yone that Knight does have this time around. Let's see what does happen though moving into game number 2. I think most of us feel like it should be a BLG win, not just because of the draft, but because we want as many games as possible. That's going to even things out, bring us to that best of 3. Guarantee at least 4 games here in this quarterfinal. BLG, I think, poised to get there with the draft that they have, but I don't think draft was all that relevant in game number 1. It was just about the gameplay, the control that both teams were able to exert.
And it was the lack of control in team fights from Billy that really stood out. So often you got that first Void Grub fight, complete whiff on a combo. Then you get into the later portion of the game, Peanut doing a phenomenal job of disrupting that combo with those Poppy ultimates. This is another composition that relies on teamwork, that relies on your team being together, and we're going to have to see if BLG can pull it off.
Well, let's jump onto the rift and have a look at it as Delight, you okay?
发生什么事了？为什么牛残血了？
They were able to get a lot of damage down on him, but there were no.
导播也太晚切画面了吧？
So it's going to be a non-eventful move there, but now because Aster had to recall, it's allowing them time to move in for some deep vision.
Yeah, and HLE do have one less on the map, so a little bit of extra control. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, log in to your Riot Games account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and capsules. As thankfully, no one is going to die in that little skirmish. Mid lane, so HLE now just going to back away, clearing out some vision.
哇，这一卡是那个faker 的造型。 不知道是不是有那个完整版的，拆塔会有那个。
Just planting him in mid lane very early on, hoping he gets level 2. If he gets level 2, they can then plant him and Gnar bot lane to prevent a wave stack dive.
The thing is though, we haven't actually had a push from Hanwha in that top side right now. You can see Doran moving up there as Viper has gone into this into this jungle to try and push Shun off. Shun did manage to steal the blue buff, now on towards Wolves as well, so BLG going to be faster when it comes to the execution.
Yeah, Peanut going to move on over, smites away the big wolf. Doesn't get both of the little ones, but Shun only being able to walk away with one Merc Wolf.
Peanut always trying some different form of pathing. He was so dominant in the LCK all year, being incredibly creative, and here goes Raptors to Wolves. Steals away the wolf, now takes Gromp, and then can clear up to the top side. And also, you can see Delight blocking a little bit of the path in his own jungle, so I really want to see how this continues to play out.
The thing is though, because of the slow push and trying to push Shun out of the jungle, they're not actually in a position to look for the dive on towards this top side, so Bin getting to get a lot of this experience for himself. You can see Delight has already shifted down towards this bottom side, the potential look for something, but Doran is still on top side.
Yeah, Peanut, Viper, and Doran, let's see whether they can make this one work, as Bin already flashing away.
Whoa.
Peanut just travels all the way out of there, hurls a rock backwards, and they get a flash, and they're happy with that.
Great job there by
甩尾。
all the experience, soaking up the CS. Meanwhile, plates and minions just getting obliterated on the other side. Teleport coming in though as Sejuani's on the way, maybe a dive.
Yeah, you can see Delight was already waiting there, trying to make sure that he could protect these minions as Doran comes down to pick that one up. But 2 plates already going over to BLG, spelling a bit of a gold advantage already building up for them. Still, Doran will be able to get all the experience. That is, of course, the main thing. Missing out on a few minions at the beginning, but otherwise nothing to be too worried about. And now Zeka and Knight still battling. Chan going to keep connecting here on to the Yone sword. I mean, it's so much back and forth between these two.
It looks like we will be getting this extended laning phase though, with Kaisa staying on that top side. She wants to try and push in that lane, and Doran is moving, well, staying in this bottom side, and Delight is coming to join him, but on, putting him off.
Yep, Doran does have the hop available, so isn't going to be too worried. Does manage to get towards that level 4. And so far, no harm, no foul. Just a bit of an advantage given by almost purely plate gold. Like that is the only gold that's providing the lead here for BLG. Everything else very, very even.
Overall, though, it means Delight's going to be able to avoid some of the landing phase and get out of it. So you call this just a successful standard swap where you're sacrificing the plate gold for the experience.
Just say they did a lane swap, and now we're going to have the game.
But I mean, now we actually see Kaisa moving back down as Delight catches this wave. So the plate power will end at 2.
Yep, trying to buy some time for the cannon there as well. Very cute little headbutt just to try and
好
see
贴心的牛
whether
哦
Vibe can actually get
把
down
炮
and
车
pick that
撞
one
出
up.
塔外。
Knight does miss that cannon there. Jonah Strong would give a little zoom in from our observer team, but not going to get it this time around. Definitely some more important things to focus on here. Zeka with that teleport just now on cooldown. Knight the same thing. A lot of this damage can feel a lot more impactful in this mid lane, and I think so many are wondering whether Zeka is just in that world's form, right? That we learned about in 2022 and how dangerous it is. As now we're a bit distracted by Bin being caught out. The push away here from Peanut, and yes, the flash they picked up earlier. But is Doran going to survive? That's the question. The hyperproc comes down, and Bin just walks it off. It's Peanut that has to flash now, and BLG just stand their ground.
And that was one of the small advantages BLG did pick up in the lane swap was Bin with the
这就是
level
蓝豹
advantage.
吗？
5-4. He's able to fight back against Hanwha and buy time for Shun to save him in that top lane play.
Kick a Bin. Absolutely. And I thought that he was dead to rights. But there's a two-man pulverize here towards the bottom side of the map. Viper and On now doing battle. The Ignite to go down, sending a message there. As the sidestep from Bin is good.
哦，扭掉了。那多兰要死了。
He misses the boomerang, doesn't get the auto. And oh dear, we've seen this Doran before, and it's not the positive one.
That was cooked. He wanted to try and make a big play. The wave was going to organically push back into him anyway. He could have collected the CS. He could have kept the game even, but he just went for it. Ends up giving over kill and assist gold. Losing this wave as well. The cannon's going to fall, and then a couple more minions likely. Big mistake there by Doran.
And Pino will get spotted out on this dragon as well. So, actually, I think they might go for the replay dive.
Oh dear, Equalizer goes down.
哦，
Splashed on as well. There's the permafrost.
玩得好哎，
This whole wave
冰玩得好
also
哎。
destroyed, and Doran is just not in this game anymore.
That ward spotting out Pino was crucial there. The control ward sees him, and immediately BLG were like, we could go for the
那被 run out 了。
or we could just take Doran out of this game entirely. A 1.1k gold lead for the Rumble.
That is actually game-ending if BLG can play this out. When that happens to your top laner, Peanut's trying to make a play though.
Make his way down. Elk already having to flash here. Does have the blade caller. There's the heal as well. They've used everything. Knight is now rotating over. And they know they have to get out. Don't want to give him space for that ultimate, as now Zeka does get positioned, but the Void Grub's going over to BLG. They have a stranglehold now on this game.
And that play is also huge for BLG. That was a 3 versus 4, so all they wanted to do was delay the objective. They suffer no deaths. They pick up the grubs
this
during
is so
it.
Cute. I don't believe they spotted Delight Hex splashing into the brush, or maybe they did. Not entirely sure.
It is crazy because bot lane is our Mercedes-Benz feature matchup, but we have not got a chance to talk about this at all the entire time because all that action has been tough. But Delight and Viper have been doing a great job of punishing the Zyra Khan, going for these engages. And look, the CS will be picked up to even out here, but it's definitely BLG on the back foot in this matchup.
Well, still right now in this game, as far as back foots are concerned, I think we're going to plant Humble Life Esports there. Elkanon just holding this wave here. You can see it's not a great lane state for HLE right now.
Keep your eyes on what Zeka's doing though. Constantly just moving up towards this top side, threatening potential dive with Peanut, or at least a play up on the top side with Peanut there. But at the moment, Bin is respecting it, but it does mean that, again, you can start to shift over towards things like Dragon or BLG if you want to, and start gaining these objective resources in your favor.
But look at all those wards that they have in the top side to protect Bin. Like, they know that the only way you slingshot this game back is if you kill him, and it's so high risk to actually move top lane. Peanut has a little bit of a look, clears one ward in the bush, doesn't even walk all the way into the river to clear the control ward. It looks stable for now for Doran, so if I was HLE, I definitely want to just play away from the Rumble and try and like ignore it for a little bit until you can actually have more equal power on the Rumble and the Narn.
Yep, and we haven't really seen sort of an honest 5v5 just yet. May not be seeing it anytime soon as well, as Shun in position now. Trying to throw out that Glacial Prison on, wanting to also lend a bit of a hand here. Littering the area with wards, as we can see some abilities going left and right. Mid lane is just going to be settling for now. Not exactly finding too much there, as we can see.
Yeah, I mean, a small bit there. On had actually hit a support item upgrade before Delight, so...
Viper in a lot of trouble now. There's the grand entrance. Glacial Prison comes down. Decent cleanse there, but still has to use the summoner spell. This is half his health bar, but otherwise everything is okay. Delight moving on over. That could be big, especially with, you know, grubs and everything else coming up very, very soon. There is the dragon already up and available here. BLG move over to take it.
On does need to try and soak a little bit of experience to take over to level 6, and I wasn't sure if that's the timing window that BLG were maybe going to look for that play on towards Viper, but I think it will be a case of hit 6, then use all these ultimates when they come back up to target Viper, and again, lack of damage on Hanwha Life when this Kai'Sa is taken off the board.
And BLG was so good at playing with tempo last game. They are seemingly even better now, and the big thing, they're gaining so much tempo when they have moments like we saw before, when they actually pushed HLE off Drake while undermanned, while they were taking grubs. And since they have such a point of pressure here top lane with Rumble, they're also able to play as if they have him this entire time. Because if there ever is a double TP in, they're going to immediately be at that advantage because Rumble is so much stronger. So they're just leveraging this power that they have across the entire map to grow their lead.
You can see Doran, not a whole lot of money. As we can see here, Ben just extracting all of it from his pockets. And he is very, very powerful right now. Charm going to connect that on tonight. Not exactly consequential at this point in time.
It is a very early reset from the Hanwha Life bot lane, though. I think they're trying to set up for some sort of potential play in the enemy jungle here off of Doran, but Doran now hitting his Meganar will kind of put a little bit of a dampener on that, but still, Peanut moving up. I think you look for On or someone, maybe even this mid lane, as they try and set up for the Void Grubs in 20 seconds.
Yeah, we can see Zekar actually able to lay down a fair bit of harassment here on towards Knight. Might give them a little bit of an inroad into making something happen on these grubs in 14 seconds time. As we can see, some vision up and available now. Peanut trying to clear out as much as he can as Viper and Delight get into position.
I think it's so hard to contest this. They did just get Malignance onto the Ahri though, so that might be the item that gives them confidence. But with Locket on the Sejuani, BLG is so strong right now.
Yep, teleport immediately coming back. The Rumble on the bottom side of the map is giving HLE some sort of
Oh,
confidence here. As On's gonna get tagged. There's a headbutt pulverize. As Peanut not quite able to grab him, does head over towards Shun now. Pretty tanky, and now the charm comes in. There's the knock-up. They want to blow them up at Night into the impale, but it does not matter. The damage had already happened. Peanut now in the back of this pit, just wanting to get out if he can. He's not going to be able to. Delight just hightails it out of there. 6 grubs and a team fight win for BLG.
And this is just a completely different BLG. They're the ones that are set up first on the objective, and I gotta say, what is HLA thinking? This was such an easy setup by BLG. Rumble was ready to teleport. He was always going to be stronger. They lost HLA this time.
And they thought that maybe they had a chance.
好像跟昨天的那个哑铃不太一样。
They had already burned that lens. Immediately turn on towards Viper, and they thought that they might have had this push coming up river with the Ahri that they could look for a play, but you can see where Yone is. He already cuts off the Ahri coming through. So now they turn on towards Yone, but On sees his moment as they step forward, we're back into it.
Yeah, another battle here as Doran getting burnt down. Elk not going to be diving a turret anytime soon. Not wanting to put that Feather Storm on cooldown, so they are just going to back away. But Doran is absolutely a punching bag this game, as we call it in the LCK. The top lane.
They want more though. There's still plates up. They want to collect. They have 6 grubs, so just a few hits can mean so much. And playing from ahead is BLG's specialty. When they're able to get early game advantages, what happened domestically through a lot of laning phases, they can accelerate the game so fast because they're still willing to play high-risk League of Legends. So they'll be in places where you don't expect them to be, but with the Yone, Sejuani, Rumble, their ability to create and force fights from ahead is massive.
How's the fact you just started to see all those first items completed? Essence Reaver, Blade of the Rune King. You're in fighting form here is Philly Billy, and they want to put the hurt onto Hanwha. HLE trying to use that moment where they reset though to get pressure on towards topside. But Bin just easily clears out this wave. Didn't have to even invest the ultimate that's about to pop up in a second. And with 40 seconds until that Rift Herald's up, it's actually Elk who's on the bottom side clearing out these waves. So it may be a Rift Herald trade for that bottom tier 2 that BLG are actually looking for.
Might be able to get there. I do really like how BLG have just been sitting back, right? They've been taking the advantages that Hum Life Esports are giving them and then not pressuring overly much. Some of the games that we've seen from BLG previously this year have certainly been a lot more fast and loose. this does feel like the BLG that absolutely dominated the playoffs here in summer. And this is so far away from what we saw the rest of this tournament.
And the disappointing thing is this big like draft gambit, this story of giving Yone for this Ari counter. That's not the reason that any of this happened. The reason that this has happened is because Bin has just taken advantage of Doran along with Shun, and that has snowballed throughout the map. And HLE has made several really risky kind of panic plays to try and correct that differential, but it's just made things worse.
Well, now you can see Viper moving on over. There's a headbutt pulverized only onto Shun though, hit by the charm, but now on. He gets his way in there like to just return the favor onto Zeka. He's not allowed to play the game this time.
我刚刚去清狗大便没有看到，喂，怎么就被这样了？
That would look like the Yone. I feel like Yone was the difference in that fight because that was ridiculous. Ari is just dead this whole series. Whether you're dead against Poppy or whether you're dead against the Yone, not even allowed to play the game.
And it's the fact that BLG are able to play so aggressive with this composition as well. The reason Yone is so broken is he can play like an assassin, dive in onto the backline, but has a ton of safety, being able to go back to his soul. Same when you look at Elf, he always has the flash, has that ultimate available. He can follow up and fights incredibly well. So when Delight has to engage onto the front line of BLG, it's very easy for BLG to turn it around. Now it's pressure on the bottom side. That tower will fall to these minions, and the rotation now back up towards that top side as well. You can see in the map how much gold BLG is growing here.
有人在那写问号。
Absolute shellacking in the making here. 4,000 gold is the lead here for BLG, but they're also just taking everything on the map. You can see 0 grubs, 0 dragons, 0 anything that HLE have been able to get for themselves. And Shun is going to be able to grab a Rift Herald as well. So complete monopoly achieved on all of the neutral objectives. And now Peanut looking for some sort of angle here towards the bottom side of the map. But I think even on should be enough support here to keep Knight safe.
I think so as well. They get good vision. Four people out.
Unless everyone comes down.
But at the same time, they're pressuring other parts of the map right away. Zaya was able to shove in mid lane. They're threatening Doran off the top turret once again, so that's then pulling resources up from HLE. The most impressive thing
这个好像这把有点惨呢。
the way that their aggression is measured. They're still deathless, but they've controlled every objective. And as I say that, they pull off another big play.
That is going to be just a blade caller to keep Peanut in his tracks, and they're not able to do anything. Of course, getting the Feather Storm, a big deal if there is going to be a potential fight that HLE are in any position to win, but I don't know whether there's going to be any of those.
But I think this tempered play is coming a lot through Shun. Question marks why he was brought back into the team, but against G2 he's showing up and now again.
Oh, the equalizer does go down, but Zeker is here to try and defend Doran. It's just going to be a kill in the 2v1, and Ben's looking to scrap shield as well. It's Zeker that has to flash to pick it up, and now he may not even be safe. Knight and Shun making their way up to try and get revenge for their top laner, but it's already a 1-for-1. The ulti's going to connect now. It's in melee range. I don't think this Ari's going to have a very good time at all. Spirit Rush comes out, but caught by the...
哦，玩得好哎。
Just ban Yone.
You cannot go up against Bin. What in the mid?
All right, Elk might be going down this time. No Feather Storm this time around. As there's the flash out of the Blade Core. They needed everything to kill him, but at least they get that.
So even if they lose this game, Viper's still incredible.
He's really good,
He's still able to do whatever he wants. He's going to have to execute here. And this is actually what it takes for HLE to get 2 kills. It's not even a positive play. No. They lost 3 people when all is said is done. They lost their inner tier 2. Objective bounties just turned on as a result of that play. So the best thing that HLE did this game was still gold negative.
And the fact that Bin is a level up 1,000 gold, you can see just how much damage he does. And he does a really good job of getting away from this position. The ultimate onto Doran is in a great spot. The scrap shield is perfect, but this is what we're talking about.
突然在晃什么啊？反正都要被烧死，为什么不贴着他多拔几下？
Because Doran lacks damage as well, means he just barely gets in. And BLG, after getting the mid lane, are able to move up and catch out Zeka. Knight looking great on this Yone.
Yeah, insult to injury as well. Zeka gets the dash interrupted.
And then Viper dies to Rumble as well, so Bin just picks up another kill. Like, it is a disaster.
Yeah, double masks now completed here for Bin. He is very, very scary. At
哦，阿里好痒哦。
his Trinity Force. I even really needed to mention it because to be perfectly honest, he is so far behind. Doesn't even really really feel like an item spike anymore. Zeka heading towards item number 2 as quickly as he possibly can. The line coming on over. Still haven't seen an honest 5v5 team fight just yet. For the rest of this game, there should be nothing to force BLG into doing it. As now Headbutt Pulverize, he's going to connect on to Elk. Blade Caller comes through. Delight with that ultimate running is looking okay. But there's the red carpet put down. Doran, can you get to the Mega Gnar? That's the question. But already the fight might just be over. The Gnar only won, even though he was surrounded. And it's Knight that collects another kill. 5-0-1 on this Yone.
What are you supposed to do as Hanwha? The objective isn't even up, and your entire bottom side jungle has just been taken over by BLG.
狙了，狙了！这把应该是 BLG 赢。
There will be no honest fight. It can never be fair with this level of income inequality. I think we've learned that from society, but it's definitely present in this game.
And the funny thing was, this is a very reminiscent of this Worlds last year when BLG played up against Gen G. Game 2 was very heavily BLG favored, but they want to change it here as Hanwha.
Well, Viper's flanking. I don't know whether that's a good thing, but maybe
哦，听到了。
instinct is exactly that as Elk is going to go down first.
哦，换掉了。
Carries into the back line of the Dragon Pit goes Shun, and now he's looking to try and lock down the cow.
完了。哦，这个魅惑。
They still managed to take him down though, and there's a wallop from Doran. The team fighting Nam may have actually found something here as Peanut is looking to push.
哦哦，怎么回事？
This should not be happening. Hanwha saw no ultimates on BLG. They said this is our moment. We need to go. And Hanwha find the perfect fight with seconds remaining on some of these ultimates.
Objective bounty collected as well. Viper started it all by being able to take Elk down with the discrepancy, and then it was the Yone who flew into the Mega Gnar. So let's watch this one more time. BLG is overstaying because they feel like they can, but it was the charm actually.
感觉 AD 又把 AD 换掉，还蛮赚的。然后按为什么退掉了？
Zeka kept getting Ari all the resets, so Doran hits Mega right there, one shots the Yone.
Crucial charm from Zeka as well on towards Knight. Could have gone back.
把杨明控住很关键呢。
Into the door and knock around, but BLG won't Baron.
Okay, we're just gonna do a Baron. I guess that whole fight from before is just not even real. And now with a purple buff onto 5 members of BLG, they should be able to just completely reclaim entire control of the game. And of course, it's one Infernal Drake for HLE that they're able to pick up. Of course, Bounty Gold is nice. But the maps still belong to BLG.
We're saying that last Drake fight was just a big red herring.
It did feel a bit.
视野出不去了。
Interesting, because you're right. The gold lead is probably bigger now than it was before the fight.
Especially with this inner turret going down, as you can see with that Rebel Baron power plate, that will extend to about 2k. 2.2, in fact. Now, some defense of these inhibitor turrets is going to have to come on through. 4 members in the mid lane, though. I don't think they're saving that one as Knight is probably dead. The flash has to be used. There's a max range impale. It is going to be the turret going down. And so they still lose that. However, Humalife back on the map now.
Zeka TP'd in after killing a turret.
Don't know about that one. On the equalizer now, but the Spirit Rush is up and available, and he's able to dash his way out. That teleport almost was his death, and at least he survives his own teleport.
It will buy a little bit of time for Hanwha on this Rebel Baron power play, but realistically, it's only just buying them time. They don't get anything off of this. All the turrets will still remain standing, but it does at least keep BLG from knocking open the base any more than it already has.
I think now we can have a conversation about the psychology of an absolutely boom game, which is what this is, right? HLE, I could imagine after about 10 minutes in, probably knew that there was going to be a low likelihood of them being able to pick up a win. If you're able to get these little advantages, find these little team fights, is extending the game because of that a good thing because you have to stay in this doomed game, or is it a bad thing? I don't know what's actually better for your mentality moving into a game 3 at even stakes.
I think it depends if you can spook the other team. So the favorite thing I always have is you just decide that there's 1 or 2 people that you want to kill. So you just want to try, because they have a burst comp, right? They have a pick comp. So if they just decide, let's just try and kill Elk, or let's just try and kill Knight, that gives you a very small chance of actually turning the game around, and a very small chance of just frustrating the other team enough that they can't make a clean play. So I think for the experienced teams, just making it last as long as humanly possible, just to annoy the other team, is usually the right play.
Well, we'll see whether HLE can annoy them as they knock on their front doors. inhibitor turret here towards the bottom side going to be next on the menu here for BLG. But you can see HLA still pushing them away. Baron Buff
在
still up
讲
for another
在
30
这个
seconds.
讲话的人很
Less
激
than that.
动，因为这是比赛啊，他得
Enemy jungle
带动那个气
find
氛
another。point of attack. We have to remember as well that both of these teams need Baron to get any sort of siege happening. We mentioned already that there's about 0 range, and so sieging these turrets ain't great. But there's a pulverize onto 2. Featherstorm has to be used very, very early on, but Elk is still alive. The equalizer goes down. Not the most massive value, but that blade caller was gorgeous. The ulti to come through. The impale is decent as well, and it's Viper that's now trying to pop off in this fight. Somehow, it's actually a 1-for-1, but Doran might be a bit more valuable than On.
The fact that Elk was able to get that Featherstorm off was crucial. Everyone on wall was colliding with him on that point, but without him being CC'd, Viper couldn't ult in. Then the ultimate from Bin buys space so the Kai'Sa can't actually get into the fight, and BLG get a moment to rally and push back Hanwha, but still an incredibly close fight there.
And I think HLE is really impressing me with their team fighting from this level of deficit. And I think I'll need to see it again, but the Gnar Skarner frontline is buying a massive amount of space because they get what would be a good engage until it gets dodged by Elk, and you think, okay, now they're going to lose the fight, but no one can actually get through to Viper or Zeka this entire fight.
And should actually save that for BLG. It could have been so much worse. The interruption with the Arctic Assault so that Doran couldn't get into the backline. That might have been a one fight for HLE from an 8,000 gold deficit that has now been shrunk.
But now there's no flash on Elk. He becomes a very susceptible target. Knight does have the QSS available. And as we set up here once more, Zeka on his side with Delight. Someone needs to mark him. It looks like Bin's going to be that call.
Well, this is not going to be Soul, but Soul Point available for BLG if they are able to lock this one down. HLE setting up for a bit of a battle. Bin in that fog of war. They have control vision almost everywhere. Pulverize now on cooldown, unable to battle dance his way out of there. Peanut, can you actually get anything done? The Meganar coming on through. It's short, but can they win the battle? That's the question. As into the backline they go. There's the charm onto Zeka. They blow up the Ari yet again. Another double pulverize though is now on there to try and help. Shun trying to get out of there, and he should be able to do so. Top lane is doing better. Viper gets into the backline and just executes Shun. Bin is so strong though. Peanut could not stand up to him, and as we go back, it's Viper doing the Owen Wilson impression behind enemy lines, looking to keep himself alive.
It's the TP mid though. Knight and Bin are looking to end the game. Viper will die to On.
Yeah, done with the shenanigans. Done with the shenanigans indeed. And BLG, they'll be taking down these Nexus turrets. HLE were trying to make these fights close, but in the end, the wallets will descend, and BLG will bring us to an even series and a best of 3 for the semifinals.
BLG fight back. Giga Bin for me in this game. He dominated Doran in the top lane early here. Blue side each take a game, and this is going to be a hell of a series.
Just an incredible performance from Shun as well. Controlling that early game, getting those leads from Bin, dictating the pace of that bot lane. This guy, when he's not being knocked away by Poppy, is having a fantastic time.
Oh, he's looking absolutely incredible. And the level of that last team as well. Both teams knowing exactly what they need to do. Man, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, everyone's going to break that one down. We'll have game number 3. Do not go anywhere. Don't you dare.
我的300丢水里了，没关系，我已经没钱。没事啊，哭啊，世事难料，这就是跟你说的，就是世事难料。人生无常，大肠包小肠。欢回，跟赌博一样难。赌博是真的难，那还真没办法。赌博就有一点运气成分。 中场休息的话，先关声音。我觉得超难的啊！现在这是什么？它中场休息的广告。椅子看起来超贵的。先把画面切走好，让它黑一下。你10点要睡，好吧，早点休息啊。我爸好像出去买咸酥鸡了，嘿嘿，等下有的吃。先拜拜，好的。拜拜拜拜。谢谢。 我的狗在旁边卖萌，好干干吃。What content do you watch? League of Legends, World Match. Oh. 嗯，库玛，你这次压谁？啊，你要崩掉了吧？啊，你崩了。贾克斯这次会崩吗？还是要拿？米婆，好了，你吃过了。忘记开了。
It makes it kind of difficult for BLG to work together on the dive with a Silas and an R, but also leaves his Ashe very vulnerable. So as everyone jumps in onto the back line, Ashe is kind of left on her lonesome, and in theory she has the range, but you don't really have anyone to sit beside her. So I'm curious if we even get something like a Renata to nearly round out this composition 4 on, just to give some sort of backline support to Ashe in this scenario.
And we'll see what type of flexibility BLG can show, because I think they can actually absorb with these 3 picks at the moment. Yeah. If they were hovering Braum, and if that Renata ban is real, which I think it is, I think they can still take Braum and just absorb a lot of this dive. But that's not the type of team we've seen win a lot of games. We've seen the full dive teams just matching up against each other. But I really like the angle here for them to just pick more protect champions. I'd love them to lock in this Braum right here.
I
feel like they've just been playing really good reactionary League of Legends over the last couple of games. Even in the game that they lost, that was incredibly close for the majority of it. That is going to be the Rakan locked in the end, though. On did have a brilliant performance in game number 2, so they're going to stick with that one. And now HLE rounding out their bottom side of the map. No Ezreal, no Kai'Sa. Definitely his 2 best. The Twitch ban is absolutely adorable. See where he's going to go, though, as Zeri. Haven't seen her for a while.
Yeah, I think to try and deny the Xayah Rakan coming through from Hanwha and kind of having that safety for the dive.
Oh,
Zeri is what he is. It's
the
been a
first
long
Zeri
one
of the
since
tournament.
Yeah.
Okay. And Delight is going to lock away the Rel at the same time. Look.
They're going in.
Yeah, they are.
They're going in. We'll see. We'll see about the Zeri. I figured they're lane swapping anyway, and they're going to have so much power through the Jax R that they can kind of just wait for the Zeri to be late game insurance.
Well, that is a Wukong. That is a lot of mid-game power, if ever you see it, but not necessarily a lot of early game, and I guess in response to the Nocturne, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and that's where my head's at is, hey, you just farm to level 6 alongside the Nocturne and become really strong. Also, when you look at BLG, you know, Ashe should have pushed into that bottom side of the map. Nara in those early stages can control that matchup in the top side as well, so you're not necessarily needed early on the map as Shun. So I think it is a nice adaptation to go for a jungler that can match some of that team fight potential. Plus, again, you kind of have an access to both sides of the fight as a Wukong. You both access to both sides of the fight. I think it is BLG trying to cover for some of the weakness of a potential dive onto the ambush.
And I just want to say, as far as ultimates for Sylas are concerned, I imagine Knight's feeling pretty good. You mentioned Nocturne and stuff like that being really important. Both teams have a Nocturne. For all intents and purposes, and one of them has more mobility than the other. So playing around both paranoias is, I think, going to be very confusing for us, but something that both of these teams really do need to take into account as well. But it feels to me like back-to-back really, really good drafts coming out of BLG moving into this 3rd game. And this is for match point, right? You win this and you have so much extra leeway in this series. And you can choose which side you win on if they manage to take it this time.
And I think getting a red side win if they're able to do so is just so valuable. The reason they are in the situation where they don't have the blue side priority is because they were a 3-2 team in the Swiss stage, so they didn't have side select coming in, and then the loser of every game in the series gets a choice the next time. So if BLG did win this one, even if HLE could choose blue in game 4, if they then won game 4, BLG could get blue game 5. So it's just an extra little wrinkle that would really put them in the driver's seat if they win.
Certainly would. It's like losing a service game, right? And that is not great when it comes to tennis, unless you're really good at not necessarily being a server. But it's a different game, and not one that I'm all that familiar with, so we're going to get off that topic.
You're brave to go down that one, because I've got no experience in tennis.
I like that Roger Federer guy. He was pretty cool. I was sad when he retired. It's okay, Knight is going to find Delight. And Delight is just going to crash his way out of there.
All right, 15 love.
Spells needed. Deuce. Yeah, we have... Who's serving on the next play?
We're done.
Did you actually just go from 15 love to deuce, like, straight away? Damn, it's like a triple kill. Okay, beautiful. Well, we're grouping. We're trying to get something done here. As Peanut, some Dustbringer value as Doran off to the side, avoids a little bit as the volley does come on through, slows him down momentarily, but he does make his way out. Delight was ready for the crash over the wall. Zeka moving on in now, so will we have some relatively normal lanes? That's the question, as I think we're going back to Australia, never mind.
Yeah, and the fact that Bin is already on this lane and the bottom side hasn't shown is kind of given an opportunity here for him to get that push. You can see Doran immediately trying to get on towards this bottom side. Going to invest the TP again, so very similar to level 1. Zell getting nice damage here.
That's a flash in from On, going to go for that grand entrance. Viper already having to flash as Delight crashes his way out, but already Viper down to half health and without one of his summoner spells, one of the most crucial ones as they look to match this lane swap.
And the early Ashe laning phase, being able to catch them like that as well as getting the early flash is just going to be a lot of pain for Delight and Viper. I mean, this is part of why some people were lane swapping in the first place, is to avoid some of these disastrous 2v2 matchups. So really good. It's a little bit of a flip when you're doing these send both duo lanes top type of lane swap prevention methods, but BLG win this one.
I'm also curious what On does off this crash. Not going to look for any sort of invade, I believe, with Shun actually, although he is not doing his red buff, so maybe they want to look for some sort of play. No, he's just going to, finish his red buff there, but I think he might need to cover mid, because Knight getting a hell of a lot of damage put down with Zika. Has just ticked over to level 3, so he'll have access to all of his abilities, but not in the best of spots in this early stages.
This is the true mirror matchup, right? As far as our game number 1 is concerned, as in goes Doran, looking for Bin here momentarily to hop out. Being that the Nara is just fine, hitting that Mega Nara as well. I'm very interested to see how this mid lane matchup's going to go, because do you know what? I just want to see Ahri do okay in this lane. As you're exactly right, Shun, looking for a little bit of an angle here, as I love it. We've got matching spooky skins as well from our junglers, so jungler skinergy, I think, is actually very, very important, and we do have it here between Peanut and Shun.
Speaking about the Ahri versus Sylas matchup, if it goes anything like it went the first time when opposite players were playing it, the Ahri does win early. It's range versus melee. You have slightly better wave clear early on in the game. It's just if Sylas keeps it close and then has adequate items, steals your Ahri ultimate, you're just better than Ahri at that stage of the game. So that's how it played out in the first game. Zeka actually was down about 15 CS as the Sylas, around like 100 to 85 was the breakpoint that I saw. So it looks to be starting that way in this one.
Well, Doran here getting the shove in, and Bin just going to be catching the wave, but Doran actually doing a decent job. And I do want to talk about this because I think that Doran gets a lot of flack as a top laner, and I think that is, you know, thanks to me in a lot of part, right? Like, I think that a lot of us have been pretty critical of this guy. His Jax has been really good. And as far as Jax play is concerned, he's very different to that of, you know, Bin's Jax, for example, that just destroys 1v1. Feels like he's an absolute monster in a side lane that always needs to be answered. It's Doran in team fights that makes this Jax look absolutely ridiculous. Him getting multi-man counter-strikes and setting up for the rest of his team is sort of how he makes this champion feel so good.
And the respect has been there from BLG towards Doran's Jax this whole series. Like, can you believe that BLG actually banned Jax
me away.
2 games in a row when Bin is on the team? Like, I've never seen that before.
No, I don't understand it. Viper is going to be pushed away from the lane once again, as you can see as far as CS is concerned, down about 10 as Delight in somewhat of a precarious position. Peanut going to be moving up as well. Delight looking for a bit of a crash down angle. Grand Entrance going to be getting a knockup. Good little interruption there, as now On is in a bit of trouble. Viper trying to get these burst fires down, but Shun looking for him. Dash out, and it looks like Viper will be safe for the moment. The clone coming on through here as it's Peanut taking the majority of the damage. He might be able to get out of there. The extended range of that extendo beam out from Viper is going to deter.
It was a little awkward from the beginning because Shun flashed to try and give On some sort of way to battle dance his way to safety, but he ends up going back towards Elk, and then, I mean, Ash value, right? Approach velocity, you're able to chase down people so well once you get a couple of these autos, and Elk not exactly happy about that terror shot, but definitely taking control in this top side, but he needs to get a reset in 25 seconds until Void Grubs would like to spend some of that gold and make sure that he can get his health back up.
Okay, so here towards this bottom side, Doran just once again pushing in another wave. Zeka with control of the mid lane, and as far as tempo in comparison to the last game, it feels so much more even. It feels like BLG sort of had HLE on the back foot for the majority of the early game. This time around, HLE have been able to make some moves here as Grand Entrance going to get a knock up, but the charm was good there onto Shun.
Jax is moving up first though, ahead of Gnar.
Yeah, Doran is going to dive on top of 9 here for the moment. Peanut only level 5. Level 6 so important for both of these junglers. You can see Shun still level 5 himself as the grubs have been started up. Peanut, of course, does these pretty quickly with the Umbral Blades.
Ash didn't reset though, so you're in a position where Elk has to try and catch the wave, so Halma should just get these, and because Doran has so much control on that bottom side, the roam up nullifies Bin having that teleport advantage, so nice job here by Halma to play out the map stays.
Oh, wow, that sidestep, absolutely beautiful there for Viper, as 3 grubs will go over to HLE. Feels like for the first time being able to actually take control of the grub pit.
I'm still not sure that Viper is human, based off what I've seen so far at Worlds. He seems to be scripting or something. Like, I'm not sure what it is, but I know he's on stage, so it's impossible. He's just that good with his movement.
I can confirm I've spoken to him, and he did not sound like an android.
Interesting.
So that's how they get you, though.
Yeah, I know. Well, this is the thing, you know. You never really can tell. Just have to say, I was recently watching Battlestar Galactica, so I can confirm that it is very hard to tell them apart. Shun going to be taking the first dragon here. BLG going to be able to at least get that one. So a trade of neutrals here in this early game. Not going to be that monopoly that we saw in game number 2. A very different game is now the crash down onto On. He's going to be able to grand exit. I don't know what, but it doesn't seem to matter as the big collapse here from HLE towards the top side going to be given up on for the minute.
But look at where the wave is. So Elk and On have to aggress here, and that just
If
sets
at
up.
first you don't succeed, go for another one here as On is going to look to turn this one around. There's the paranoia diving right in on top. As can they actually get a first blood? Goes over to second. The extendo beam will be able to lock it down for Viper as well, and both carries walking away wealthy from that one.
Great play from Hanwha. The wave was in a horrible spot for Elk. He needed to crash it so it wouldn't be frozen on him, and Hanwha collapse as a result and pick off both of the BLG bot laners.
And that's everybody being on the same page. The kill distribution was also ideal. Zeka gets a kill for his time, and then Viper, the hyper carry, who was in a tough lane situation early against Ash, is now even in CS and a kill up.
And so much of it comes back to that early play as well from Peanut, playing up around that top side, denying Elk the reset that he needed. He was in a position to really get this wave pushed out so he could actually take his first back, and Elk and On end up being in a fantastic spot, or sorry, in a terrible spot as a result. And Delight, Viper, just waiting here. You can see in River, the chase down is so good. Delight gets On, and at this stage, they try to trade forward. You think with the ultimate for Elk, he's okay, but really great stuff from Hanwha and Viper being able to just barely pick up the kill on the exit as well.
Fights like that is why teams are prioritizing Ahri so much. I know there's a lot of conversation about it being a bait pick, but just the space that you can cover there when the other team is just trying to crash a wave. Like, it's a relatively normal lane thing, but if it's a different mid laner, they actually can just flash away from that Nocturne and get away. Ahri can just close so much distance though to get the damage down and get the kill.
And you have to say, you can understand some of the frustration here out of the BLG camp, because it did feel like they walked away from that draft feeling pretty good, right? And as a coach, you're walking off that stage and you're feeling like, I gave my players exactly what they need to win. And I think that they did, but after this start, things could be getting a little bit hairy. However, do want to just go back to the fact that this is not a massive gold lead by any means. It is one Drake in favor of BLG as well. And these Aries have just been instantly dying. And if that happens again, I don't like HLE's chances in this one, so I wouldn't be counting any chickens just yet.
I think the nice thing for Hanwha though is that they've already sent Doran to this top side. He's going to be able to keep pressure there, bin TP to the bottom lane, so for the Void grubs that are in 45 seconds, this could be a potential 6 grub buff for an Ahri and a Jax on a side lane. So there's definitely some avenues of attack here for Hanwha, and I think what we've seen is that BLG, when they start to fall behind in this game, are confident enough to kind of get the lanes assignments correctly the first time around. They take a second or two to get everything back in order. So this is where I want to see BLG just from this point now start to figure out how they want to get onto the map, and a lot of that is going to be Bin rotating up to the top side, being in a position to try and contest these Void grubs and finding some sort of fight off the fact you have a pick with the Ashe.
Exactly, and we are going to take some time just to have a look at the beautiful Adidas Arena and some of our players here, as there is a little bit of a pause.
Who paused, Max?
If it is that guy on the screen right there, I can tell him right now he does not have a static shiv. That's why it's not going off. Just to go back to some drama in the LCK. It was an HLE peripheral issue, and it might be that gentleman on your screen right there as we can see. But hopefully we get that one sorted out as quickly as possible. I love it when we hear peripheral issue, because it's the least difficult. My stuff is broken. Please fix, you know, and that's the long and short of it. We hang out in CP mode for just a little bit, and then we go back. Yeah, so it was Doran. Maybe it was a Sippy Cup incident. I hear there are a few of those all across the world.
They've been shockingly absent at this World Championship, but I gotta say...
Oh, you shouldn't have said it.
This is such... Yeah, they'll never happen again. This has been such a cool venue for quarterfinals. I know we're only on day 2, but a lot of times with these quarterfinals being like a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, sometimes it doesn't like fill out in the first few games, especially if you're in Europe. Maybe because G2 didn't make it, it's not going to be exciting. But the fans here have just been absolutely incredible. They bring so much hype. They cheer whenever there's a good play. It's just one of the best places to ever do an esports event.
I agree. I actually can't remember an event in Paris that wasn't completely bananas as far as like the turnout as well as just the passion from all the fans. So I would 100% agree. And I feel like we're so lucky, right? Like this, the Adidas Arena has only been here for a couple of different events, and then we get to take advantage of it right now. So absolutely joyous. You're having a look at it right now as Delight getting ready to get back into this one, as I believe we've given Doran an extra keyboard or an extra mouse or an extra headset or something like that. and he is ready to play some League of Legends again, and we are ready to watch him. And so here we go, back onto the Rift once more. Zeka going to continue clearing out that ward, as Shonanon will be able to get rid of this control ward as well. BLG just moving towards some control of these grubs, which is exactly what they've been looking out for the last little while.
Yeah, maybe the tipping point to the series here, especially in Game 3. The early trades going back and forth. I think HLE definitely punched back in a meaningful way, but you know if the Silas gets one big fight, he can kind of just take over the game as well. So, as you were mentioning, Dag, that this next grub fight could be big.
But watch how Helmar are already moving here. So shifting Ari down to the bot side, Zeri moving to mid to get mid control to come across. Bin has no TP available, and this is what I was saying, BLG, they're going to opt into a fight that could be a numbers disadvantage for them here.
Yeah, a lot of vision available as well, and of course when you've got Paranoia to play around, that can be a danger. That is going to be grub number one, locked down here for BLG. You know that HLE want to be able to get at least one of these. As now Doran looking for a bit of a wraparound, and it looks like it's going to be one grub going over to Hanwha, and BLG are just going to cut their losses and leave.
The Bin was walking up from River, but he'd actually popped Mega Gnar, so BLG in the grand scheme of things wouldn't have been able to go for a proper fight. I think just happy to deny that 6 grub buff to Hanwha there.
And these teams, aside from a little bit of over-aggression in Game 2 by HLE when they were trying to get back in the game, have been incredibly measured about the fights that they actually take right there. So that was teams not wanting to overcommit into what would have been a losing fight. And now they're just going to start setting up this Drake, I'd imagine.
It's also great to see Bin being the one that's going up against the Ari, because when you look at the itemization coming through from Doran, he's definitely going more towards the, hey, I want to go up against the on-hit and R, whereas you're going in towards the melee matchup. Now, same could be said obviously on the opposite side, because you've got the steel cap boots for Bin as well, but I think when you've got a little bit more range there, it's easier for you to deal with an Ari than the Silas who just wants to jump onto Doran every time.
I will say though, BLG has camped this Silas top lane with no teleport, so the Dragon, if HLE wants to set up and kind of hard force it, they'd be in a pretty good position to do so, because they could get a 5v4 and probably just stop BLG from contesting altogether.
Not to mention the fact that Doran's pretty okay in that matchup as well, up against the Silas. Has been when, you know, once upon a time, Silas was a top laner. Jax didn't do too badly into the matchup. Of course, patches do dictate a little bit of who's going to win out of those ones, but that's sort of my memory trying to kick in there just a little bit. Peanut grabbing the Hex Plate as well, and we'll see how that one's going to go. There's a few different schools of thought when it comes to the first item for the Nocturne. Gentlemen, what are your favorites?
I like Stridebreaker.
Yes.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of people like Stridebreaker.
But Peanut is in Worlds quarterfinal, so like I'm not sure who I'm going to take sides on here.
It was Canyon that was the one that just said Hexplate is the best, and you should always build that
first. He's a world champion. So.
He is a world champion.
The people we've
Peanut's
checked
not
with
quite
so
that
far
yet.
are really good at the game.
Yeah. I've heard that Canyon's pretty good. But we've seen Stridebreaker be very, very valuable as well, so interested to see what Peanut's going to make of this particular item, as already he's utilizing it to destroy a dragon.
A little interesting that Knight actually pushed Recall
但是只要蓝方就会赢，是不是？
to potentially contest. And R moved top so he could teleport down, and then they gave it away
我要打满。
because Shun wanted to go get Trinity Force, and the timing is just not quite there. So no one really cares about one Cloud Drake, I've noticed. I don't think BLG is going to be too sad about that.
I think BLG are basically saying, look, we don't really want to fight, let's just scale into our 2-item spike.
Yeah.
Because a huge amount of it is funnel those resources on towards Knight, leave Bin to actually be able to put pressure into this matchup on the top side. You can see he's got a 600 gold lead for himself, and as long as we are denying a potential dive on the bottom side, we're perfectly happy. Hulk can fire off a couple of arrows, maybe fish for a pick, but let's just wait until we hit this second item when we really come online.
You can see Bin is going to have that back interrupted. He's ahead by a whole lot of gold, largely to do with the fact that he's, I believe, picked up a few of these plates as well as having a decent CS lead. Same can be said for Zeka in that mid lane. But I believe, like, it feels like both of these teams have a very similar idea on how they want to win the game, and that is not now. As here, a bit of a fight towards the bottom side of the map as Zeka looking for those chains. The charm is going to connect though. It should be the disengage that Zeka is looking for, but still, the Silas already looking dangerous.
But now we can start to move up towards this Rift Tower. It's already been started by Hanwha. No teleport available for Knight. But I don't know if BLG are in a position to try and fight for this. You've already got the reset, so Hanwha are going to pick this one up.
Yeah, Peanut just going to be able to take that one away. And as we get the MasterCard lane economy snapshot, it's going to be a lot of red towards the top side of the map. You can see both carries on HLE looking very, very strong.
A lot of trepidation from both teams in what could be a swing match in this series. Not too shocked to see the snapshot like this. Gnar has generally been able to get extended gold leads in a lot of these matchups, and if he can get a kill onto Doran, he could really set him behind, but Doran's playing safe enough.
Yeah, I think the real focal point for me has been how Peanut and Delight are playing around this mid wave. Because Elk has that ultimate available at all points in time, and the ability for On and Shun to destroy Viper is there at a minute's notice. But with how well Peanut and Delight have been, hey, we're going to shove in mid, keep Viper safe, then lean bot side, so Peanut is always in range of his ultimate support, people like Zeka. It's made it really difficult for BLG to really open up on the map. Now BLG looking for the trade on map state with the Rift Herald being invested onto this bottom side.
Yep, that's going to be a turret going down. First turret blood over to HLE. That's going to give them a decent advantage, although it's answered immediately. So it is just that extra first turret gold that is able to be picked up as Arrow going to connect. And the immediate collapse comes down to line. Just didn't know what hit him. Cyclone comes on through as now Peanut's going to join. The paranoia is going to be there. The fear, it goes off as On looks for that backline. But
这空 W 是什么？
the ulti comes through from the full health Zeri. And oh dear, we may need to certify it as Doran is going to drop the lamppost on them a bit. He's got other things to say. It's a decent counter strike, but is it going to be enough? He does take down On. He gets the double, but then he falls.
啊，好丑哦！
On the lackadaisical Rift Herald play by HLE, Bin cleans up 2 kills. They actually managed to kill Viper at the end of that fight, and that is a massive turn.
It's a brilliant collapse from BLG.
怎么可以魅惑到了还空 W？
Hiding in that bush with the Ari ultimate, and it's the immediate dive after Elk connects with this. You can see the second setup for the Rift Herald is coming through, and it's perfect timing. They immediately jump on towards the light, and as Shun goes in here, everything is used on towards the Wukong who flashes away, which buys time for Knight to get those cooldowns back up. On uses the ultimate through everyone to buy space once more.
回头控那个 Peanut 让他早点死，死。
The charm with that Ari ultimate means that then everyone has to overextend for him, buying time for everyone to jump on towards Viper, and On with this knockup seals the deal for even more in BLG's favor.
Yeah, once those chalice parts started coming in, you knew it was on. They've been waiting so long for this fight in this game.
Yeah,
BLG
finally,
that red side win.
yeah, some happiness coming out after turning things around here. 2,000 gold, 1,300 gold. I tell a lie, is going to be the advantage here. As HLE looking to try and crash this one through as well. They should be able to take this down. 4Grub's going to be helping out there, of course. And Doran in the side lane is going to be very, very scary.
Oh!
An arrow from downtown.
Oh!
Well, Delight just has to watch, but does provide a leap strike target.
啊，好可惜没杀掉。
And he just makes his way out. Knight doesn't quite find the chain.
兵剑很准哎。
The Doran was able to escape this, even though it's likely going to make him reset. How good is Elk? Back-to-back cross-map arrows.
Yeah.
But they're trying to make this into a big tempo play. How long they delayed these recalls.
Yeah, they're trying to delay it because Dragon is in 20 seconds. So if they can deny the back once again, Delight doing a great job of blocking the potential quill there from On. Now they get to move over on towards this bottom side of the map and actually match. Doran doesn't have TP, but Elk ultimate down. The ultimate coming wasn't really burnt by On there, so BLG still have a chance. Has been sitting just shy of this Mega Gnar form.
Yep, no ultimate going to be on the Jax if they actually want to fight this Mountain Drake, so BLG should probably just start this. Bin also has perfect rage management before this fight. Going to make sure it doesn't go down too low, get some hits on that mid-wave.
Yep, and you've got a fair bit of vision available here for Hummer Life Esports to be able to get on over. Try and do battle here for the first Mountain Dragon of the game. Teleport to come through here from Zeka, who just completes his Leandres. That is 2-item spike done here for the Ari. Could be massive moving into this fight, but look at the Naba onto Bin. Keep your eyes on this now to see what he can get done there as Knight is going to hijack the Spirit Rush. Both teams ready for a battle here. Extendo Beam not going to quite find it there as the arrow will connect onto the Jax. They all dive forward. Can he get the counter-strike? And he does manage to do it, but he's still going to go down. There goes the Rel at the same time, and the Charm will connect, but the Charm does not. It's Knight that's able to pick up a double. They are more than on the ropes now. They're going to lose their outer turret, and that could have been a game-ending play.
Internationally,
这把 Elk 的兵剑很屌。
a monster on the silence, and when he gets access to the best of both worlds, he is showing up on this international stage, shutting down Hanwha and securing the dragon for BLG.
It's looking like Silas is a better
Ari
than Ari.
Yeah, and it was HLE that told us that.
Incredible, and this time, this fight, I really think HLE needed to give it up, but they want to keep the train moving. They're going for Knight.
Yep, Charm is going to connect there as the chain lash not quite going to work out. Peanut is going to make him a little bit afraid as the over deception comes down. He's buying so much time as even Doran's going to make his way in. You can see Delight, he was right there. They didn't want to take any chances. They're still going to be able to take him down.
这个 TP 属实是有点尴尬。
BLG was set up on the Drake.
TP 上来没有拿到任何东西。
Bin was about to hit Mega Gnar. It's one of those things where
重
HLE
播
is just not in a good position. So you're kind of just waiting to see who BLG picks to kill. And once that happens, I just don't necessarily know what the plan was here for HLE. The setup was perfect.
Knight 也玩得好。
Peanut also just wasn't involved in the fight. Yes, he popped the darkness, but he would have liked to jump on towards the Ash. But with the way BLG were set up, he wouldn't diving into his death.
Yeah.
So you're
never
just
gonna
Nice.
It was a great trigger pull from BLG to just say, you are not in position. We can take the fight.
Well, this one certainly looking like it's turning towards a BLG favored game. Still, gold lead nowhere near what it was in game number 2. HLE still in with a shot. We'll see what they can actually get done because it feels like the game plan from BLG is working out a whole lot better.
For sure, and I think even that last fight, the fact that HLE even did that makes me think that they're feeling a lot of pressure, that the game is actually falling out of their control because it was not a good look. And I feel like if that was in the LCK in a lower pressure match, I don't think they would have actually tried to force that 5v5. So they really need to just reset their mental here, realize they're behind and try and take some smart fights.
And that's why they're trying so hard to punish Knight on the side lane, because they need to try and deny this 1-3-1 setup. Maybe looking it on here.
Yeah, there's the paranoia to dive in. They should be able to take down Elf. There it goes. The Magnet Storm is going to come through as well. As there's the Cyclone. Should try to turn this one around is on. He's not going to be able to help out. Still, Viper is dead. And the teleport from Gigabin into that nowhere to go. And he's just
玩得好哎 ，Knight。
That is going to be HLE having to back out of that one. It looked like it was such a good start to the fight.
You all forgot about Bin, the TP in with the Mega Gnar, and that's what I was about to point out. He was nearly 3,000 gold ahead of Doran on a side lane. It's only exploded even further now. This Gnar is taking over this game, and there's zero Hanwha have a response for.
The gold lead is Bin. Bin is the difference. It was a good look, as you mentioned, onto the Ash, but once you're flying in there with the Rel and the Nocturne, the protection that could exist for Viper is gone. So he kills Elk, but then Wukong gets onto Viper so well with the Rakan, and then they end up trading 80 carries, and it buys time for Bin to arrive.
And it is a great ward that Hallmark are trying to play off. Spot Elk when he's trying to play safe on the mid wave, but BLG are just in a position to follow up. They'd already pushed in that bottom wave.
Oh, way.
The play, the Hail Mary play for them to try and come back into it. And that, I believe, is the BLG cheer rally, the fan head. So it's nice to see that he's made it to Paris again.
Absolutely. Looking like he's doing his job well at the same time, and especially while BLG are performing this well. Now moving ahead to about a 3,000 gold advantage. These incremental leads that they're piecing together.
我获得了
minutes until this next
木
Drake is
瓜
available.
跟
But Baron is on the map.
潜
Has
水
been there
机
for about 3 minutes, and that could be a port of call for both of these teams to try and grab some control.
And Dagda, I also want to talk about BLG and their inconsistency in the Swiss stage, because they were inconsistent in single games in the LPL all the time. They dropped so many game
鸡
ones
排不是咸酥
of
鸡哎
best of threes and best of fives, but they were so good at recovering and taking control of the rest of the series. They're trying to do exactly the same thing against HLE, and they have wrapped around.
Oh, Doran. Oh, the switch of positions. That was gorgeous. I'd say probably a little bit lucky as well, but you have to give it to him.
Straight between the uprights, but in the best way.
And they both celebrate by spinning around after they trade places. Man, Cirque du Soleil, I love it.
Could they do that again if they tried?
I don't think so.
But excellent stuff from Doran to get away from that. But yeah, I think for BLG, it's great to see them coming back into form, because yes, they did drop singular games, but I think there was a definite issue with their meta read, how they're approaching fights coming into Swiss. But this is more like it, and it's Knight coming onto his champions, like the Ari looking great, the LeBlanc looking great. The Silas has domestically been an incredibly strong pick for this guy. He had like a 2v5 base hold against some teams back in like 2022 spring on this champion, but we haven't really got to see him bring it out on the international stage. But now you're seeing why it's so feared domestically.
And they're going to be trying to set up at this Drake here. Currently, Bin, I'm trying to find him on the map, has no rage at the moment, so they don't have exactly the same setup, but as long as HLE doesn't start the Drake, they can start to get control.
I mean, he's 3-item mini now. He still is very dangerous, as it turns out, with this Wits End that he's just completed. And yeah, Doran gonna make his way in. Humble Life Esports not wanting to give away soul point here, especially when it's that mountain soul. Will make Bin almost impossible to kill. As Shun taking half of his health bar from Zeka here, who's already used his ultimate. Now that Nabar is looking brilliant. Still comes down, but he's hit by the Arrow Knight. Gonna lock that one down. Delight cannot do anything about it. And they lose two. They'll lose the Drake at the same time. HLE are flailing.
Even more control by BLG. Another Ash Arrow by Elk. They are far ahead here in the game 3. And Atlas, this is also the second game in a row they've kind of put Doran in the dirt, which has got to be concerning for HLE. Last year on Gen G, Doran could not match Bin in that best of 5, and I'd say these last 2 games have been a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, I think that there's just something there. I don't think Doran can really figure it out against this guy. Bin just has extra confidence against this player, as now they've started off the Baron down to 50%, as now Viper is starting this off. Let's see what they can actually get done here. Has been once again back to that Mega Nard. The counter-strike might be able to get something done, but no, he's just pushed away. And BLG, this phalanx that they can put together is brilliant.
TP coming in though from Zeka, so they're able to push BLG on top, move over towards this mid lane turret. So not only do they deny the Baron, you're getting a little bit back here for Hanwha.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of an opportunity here, as some local gold from this turret as well is going to be helping out, opening up the map as well for them, and some bounties going to be layered on. So down to about a 3,000 gold advantage. We're going to have a look at this one more time around this dragon.
And this is where it's just very difficult because you, never mind.
There's another battle coming on through here as the arrow is going to connect as Peanut spell shields it because he wants to kill a blue buff and he will not be delayed.
Extra quick as well, thanks to
100%, yeah. Extraordinarily important. The arrow misses this time and it's the least impactful.
I do want to say though, like the way BLG are playing around Elk is really good because he is so vulnerable in this game, and we actually haven't got to see that because every time he's pushing it midway for objectives, he has help. He has someone to protect him, and now on trying to play security guard for Knight at the top side.
As well as BLG has played, and as far behind as Doran is, I'm looking at Zeri, and I'm seeing 3 completed items.
Yeah,
and I'm looking at the nameplate and it says Viper. So those 2 things together make me think HLE still have a chance.
We'll just have to see because we haven't certified a Zeri moment just yet. He's 1, 3, and 4 right now, not necessarily running away with the game. But you're right, Viper has certainly performed some miracles himself. We were all there in 2021 where he made that run 5 games all the way towards the grand final, being able to take down an incredibly in-form D+ Kia.
I think the hard part for Hanwha though is trying to get control for Viper in the fight. Bane has control side, Knight does as well, so you're going to be late to objective setups by default. And then you are going to have Binu has his flash up, Shun flash up, Knight flash up, On flash up. There are so many people that are diving on towards Viper, so he has to play this clutch. Now, he does have his summoner spells available, but this needs to be superb from Viper.
Well, there's a point-blank charm going to connect onto Shun. He's going to take that as an invitation for more Biffo, but they're not going to actually commit to anything.
And it's also Zeka, or it's also Zeri without an enchanter, which is going to be inherently a little bit less powerful. So still a very powerful position for BLG to be in the game. Not to mention the 2 Mountain Drakes already with kind of the bruiser front line they have, just giving them so much additional durability when you already have an Ahri team already being a little bit low in damage, and then because the Jax is a full item behind, there's just not very many people to actually get BLG low so that Viper can clean up.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at Han. Like he just likes to bluff. It's like, I swear Knight is still behind me as Knight starts to show him midway. He's like, never mind, I'm gonna get out of here.
He's on the perfect like walking ward champion as well though. As Rakan can basically get out of anything kind of for free.
I mean, it's one of the champions he made his name on, right? It was Rakan and Renata that he was really renowned for. Why he became known as the like handsome support for his handsome plays in the LPL. And it was a lot of it was on things like the Rakan, which very fitting for that type of nickname.
Yeah, I'd say fitting for this matchup as well, as that was where Delight made his name as well. Even when he was a pro back in the day, still was certainly celebrated for that champion. Less so these days, as the Aster and the Rel have certainly been more his calling cards on HLE. Not so far this game though. This Rel has not been able to find quite the things that he's wanted to get going. Zeka finding a little bit here. Does have 3 items now completed. Void Staff done as well. trying his best to do damage.
Absolutely, and it's going to be sole point here. HLE had 5 people grouped on mid lane very briefly to be able to get mid prio, but they haven't been able to hold priority on any of the side lanes. This is actually a nice timing right now because the wave that Knight pushed in top doesn't matter that much aside from the lost gold, and at least HLE can clear the vision because if they get the right pocket of vision with which they can Nocturne ult and one-shot Elk with, that could be a way for them to prevent this soul going over.
And again, this is what I was talking about. Knight
Be long
supporting
one.
Elk on mid push. They're never leaving Elk alone, giving them an opportunity. Now BLG are in position to just sit around Elk and just play this pocket of protection.
Yeah, and they are just walking in with so much confidence. This is the way that BLG were moving in their domestic playoffs, right? It was just, we want this. We're just going to all move in. We are ready for a fight. And they are once again set up immediately.
Zeka lost ult there for basically nothing. Knight stole his ult, so they're panicking.
Oh, yeah, they look for the backline. They dive onto where the money is, but that hop was gorgeous from Bin. And everyone else piles on to make sure that he's okay. He does lose a lot of his health bar, but he's still alive. Teleport at the ready as Doran diving on forward. Doesn't find an engage angle. As they're looking to try and take down this dragon. This is so dangerous. Bin is only a matter of time to get back here. As Shun knocks
What?
but it's Viper that somehow takes the dragon. Doran flashes away, but the chains will meet him, and now Knight has them exactly where he wants them, going 1 versus 2, and he likes those odds. It's Delight that's on the ground. Peanut now trying to walk away, gets the fear of Zeka. Not going to be able to do enough there underneath.
奈头真的玩得好好哦！
Still destroying them.
天哪！
9-9 was in the name because it's 9-9-9 on the rift right now. An incredible performance from the BLG mid laner. This guy is having a pop-off on the Silas.
That is likely going to mean Baron as well for BLG. They didn't get the soul, which could still be important later, but that whole sequence to me was one in the setup by BLG. They got the Ahri ultimate early, and then because BLG tried, because HLE tried so desperately to get on Bin, that was really their last chance. They were never going to win a straight-up 5v fight without the Ahri ult against a level 16 Silas, and we saw the conclusion of the fight when they did actually fight.
And when we get into this replay, I want you to watch on the ult, flash, and the grand entrance to give the hop to Bin to get him over this wall. Watch here as he comes in. So everyone jumps in, goes over the wall, gets the hop for Bin, and then gets the grand entrance back out with that charm on everyone. And that's what buys that space for Bin to get the reset off. And then Knight uses the cover of everyone jumping up towards the top side to sneak in behind. Delight is trying to mark jump, but as he goes on towards Knight, everyone jumps onto Doran. So it's a fight on 2 fronts now, which is perfect for champions like Silas and for Wukong with the fight.
Yeah, Arrow going to connect here from Peanut, who spell shields it very, very nicely. Still HLE. I mean, yes, they survive, but they're pushed away from their own jungle, not able to get that money, and everything is going wrong as we move towards the late game.
There's just no way for Doran to get gold at this stage of the game because the Baron push is going to be so fast that he needs to group with the team. Bin doesn't need to group because his team is much stronger. He can continue getting more and more head off the side lane. So HLE is just desperately hoping that either Delight gets the absolute god tier engage or the BLG overcommits somewhere.
And you've got to do something very quickly because Bin is now in this mid lane. BLG starting to support him. He's about to start minion hour, which gives him an opportunity to actually take pop shots at this turret. Elk sitting topside again. The ultimate is available. Can Peanut block it a second time?
Yep, 2-level advantage as well as far as those top laners, so nothing that Doran can really do. But that's been the story of the majority of this game. Knight steals away the paranoia as well. That might be able to get them a little bit more of an advantage. Looking towards Doran perhaps, does manage to get a bit of damage down onto Shun, but he's not too worried about it. As this Wukong, Orbit Deception doing some damage onto Elk as you can see there, but HLE, it's just scraps that they're able to pick up right now as Delight going to be allowed to set up some sort of trap as another minion wave conga lines in, and BLG, this is as by the book as it gets, but it looks like no way in for HLE at all.
And this is what they look like domestically. Super strong solo laners, the pick from Elk.
Yeah, Arrow is going to be at least buffered there by Zeka. Paranoia does come down. Knight utilizing that one, has a hijack immediately. Well, almost immediately. Level 18 Silas just barely has a cooldown on that one, so we'll see what he's going to be picking up next.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to reset and then set up around Soul and less.
哇，
On even the empowered recall,
这时机抓得真好哎！
buying some space here. As yeah, that was the ward that was put down by Delight earlier on. And And BLG, they lose their AD carry 1 minute before this dragon. Not a whole lot to fight around though for HLE.
And that's the heartbreaking thing for Hanwha. Yes, they can get these waves pushed out, but it doesn't really net them an objective on the map. Elk, should be back up and available as it comes through. On though, is moving in towards this bot side, just setting up this vision already for Dragon. Hanwha kind of need to brute force their way down mid lane, push back BLG, see if they continue the pressure on the map in that darkness to find more picks and push BLG back further. But you can see Bin super strong, pushes in bot side already.
Yep. Such a tight flash timer on Elk as well. That's why he has the Seeker's Arm Guard in his inventory right now. BLG, I think, just need this soul fight to close the game. They are stronger at the moment. Silas, level 18, with the ultimates that he can choose from, is just devastating. The only thing they have to worry about a little bit, I'd say, is Elk getting picked off in one shot, because then the damage might be low enough. But the time it takes for HLE to actually kill
BLG 的中上也，中上都18等。
Spikes are absurd as well. You got a death cap coming in from Knight. You've also got a Seeker's Arm Guard just casually there for Elk as well. So if they do dive on top of him again, he can go golden. Has a bit of an answer here. Is now Peanut going to get stunned up here from Knight. This is a little bit too far forward. Does get the shield is on. Looks to try and buy some space. Peanut may have backed.
那头到底是
The ulti comes through from Viper. They take down the knockdown.
拦不住了，什么意思？
Just trying to play Peel. Viper still alive for the moment. The arrow going to be tanked by Delight, and Viper will just get smacked down in the team. We'll be able to get another spare rush as Doran doing his best to try and play 1 versus 3, but it's not going to be enough. Or at least he's going to buy a little bit of space, but then the chain's going to catch him. And 3 left for BLG. That's going to be an ace, and they might be able to just walk down the bottom lane.
Doran desperately tried to keep the game alive there.
玩得好。
Couldn't get enough gold in his back pockets, and BLG are marching down on bot side, taking the red side game for themselves.
10 seconds on Peanut. He might be able to clear the wave. I think this is going to be it though for BLG.
This is a Knight has so much damage. Now that death cap's come in, the 8-bit going to be obliterating these Nexus turrets. The Nexus will be exposed. He makes them near. It's right.
GG.
Taken down. Match point for BLG.
BLG might be nearsighted, but their sights are only on semifinals in this series. They see themselves one.
可为我赢钱了。今天会展开好久，还好啊。我在看比赛，严格说起来也不是在开台。安要安安，感觉很久没看到你了。今天病跟 Night 怎么玩的那么好？先把声音关掉。想我吗？想啊，很久没看到你耶，肯定会想的吧。怎么样？你去忙了吗？还是怎么样？都还好吗？前几天段考哦，啊，还好吗？还好，那真是好消息。啊，考得怎么样？顺手吗？感觉考得怎么样？感觉这次有料，什么？那是很好的消息耶！ 的天哪！我在看到这影片这个拍摄的地方好高哦，在旁边那个护栏旁边这样走，我已经吓尿。我刚吃完鸡排跟甜不辣，还有鸡蛋豆腐，我还有一盘木瓜要吃。好多东西，好多东西。好多东西可以配比赛啊，真好。害我饿了，这么容易吗？看你要不要去吃点东西啊？吃点东西，开心。我好像应该先把木瓜吃掉，再吃咸的哦。应该吃咸的后，甜的先吃。算了，来不及了。现在想什么后悔都来不及。好可惜哦，什么好可惜的？你说刚刚韩华吗？但是我下 BLG， 刚刚那场，所以我赢钱了。虽然我只有压100多块，可是我现在有400多块。赌博成功啊，可以的啦。你说发家致富就靠这一次了吗？ 我买了吃宵夜了。
It's bait because you often just lose. That has been the case in the LCK. This is a very different story, but here in our champ select powered by Omen and HyperX, this is where the things really.
Silas 要 ban 了吧 不本不行，太强。
Just pick it, man. It's so strong. It was available. They can just ban the same things they did last game. They have the same sides. There's no onus for BLG to shift. They have switched out their third ban by Ash, but I think they're just gonna pick the Silas.
Yeah, I think the thing is though, it's like you're more than likely going to see the Ezreal ban coming through here again, because I think BLG have correctly identified as the series went on. Hey, look, Viper being on something where you can self peel, not so hot. Getting the opportunity to take the Xayah Rakan away as well makes Viper way less able to play into a lot of these matchups and have that safe peel. So early Rakan pick on this red side more than likely going to be Sejuani. I thought this would be a ban coming into today, but as this meta has shifted through the series, I'm surprised to see that come through.
And it's only Shun that's played it so far. There's the side. Thank you, Dad. Obviously, they were listening, and, well, they weren't, because they came up with this in game number 1. Yep. You can tell I'm a little bit bothered by how things have gone thus far. However, back on track here, could have an honest game of League of Legends. Is now maybe something about this Sejuani ban is going to be given away here with these first couple of picks.
But the question is, do you still prioritize? Okay,
yeah, there it is.
Jax, yeah, coming
Oh!
through, taken away. But immediately, I see, go towards the Rakan. This is what I was saying. I think they've really identified that this is such a crucial pick.
Isn't there a Yordle with a hammer that's pretty good, though?
兵来喽
Wait a second, we kind of forgot about that, right? For the last couple of games. Of course, game number 2, it was banned. And we're just going to have a look at what the next one
兵的贾克斯来喽
Rumble into Jax, you know, you can't counter-strike a Flame Spitter, so I guess that's a theory, but the Nara has been so incredibly strong, and this is the first 3 picks that they went in with game number 1, and yeah, round of applause.
Yeah, I'm giving this a clap for HLE. Go back to what gave them the first win in the series in game 1. They had the blue side because they had choice from losing the last game. We'll see if BLG has something better to counter it. They're probably just pairing the Xayah with Rakan, but like at the time, HLE has so many ways of going in and out. Let's see what Elko sees. So it's actually Kaiser Rakan here. Wow. More ability to go in.
Kaiser has been banned in the second round. Every single time she's left up is what it feels like, unless it's sort of picked up by Viper, where he did manage to have some heroics, although it wasn't quite enough. So going to be locking that one away, and then they're able to get rid of the Ezreal, things like this. Although it's kind of weird because it feels like Kaiser is a decent matchup into the Ezreal just generally, but it's Viper and Ezreal, and the rest of his team want to run away from him. So it makes sense.
I think it's just, again, getting rid of that safety, but I am curious what Knight decides to go with in this mid lane now, because you don't want to go, like, I was like, oh, maybe you go to Blanc, but Poppy exists. You maybe even shift back over towards something like an AD carry, honestly, for Knight. In this mid lane, you've already got some AP damage from both the Jax and this Kai'Sa. Maybe even Shun going towards something that's a bit more AP focused in jungle, but I think you need something that's a little bit different than Ari.
Something like Orianna could also work. Knight's been a great Orianna in the
我在
past.
想中路要玩什么
Low mobility for how rapid these games
Oh,
felt.
and then you can use the Nocturne Orianna combo, but with the Kai'Sa instead, right? You just dive bomb the Kai'Sa into the back line.
Go Nocturne Orianna.
That's true, actually. They decided not to ban the Nocturne. I just expected that that fire was going to be a Nocturne, but it's not actually the case.
thing is as well, Poppy can still go bot.
不要玩夜曲
as well, so Peanut could even end up taking away the Nocturne here. So if they show the Nocturne, more than likely that combo that we're going to see come through, but you have to take the Nocturne portion forward first, or else Peanut just takes the other side.
Well, the Kindred for Shun.
哦
Bring it for now. Oh my god!
哦
That's a Kindred.
出招了 出招了
He is the Kindred guy, he is the Nidalee guy, he's the guy that you can look to try and play around. But you are now giving those spells across to...
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of respite circles all over the place.
大家都玩边角哎
Yeah, and the Poppy to just kind of knock everyone out of those circles. So
不要好运姐吧
Venn diagram of swoop them on out of there is going to be very interesting to watch. So I think BLG are drafting a little bit into the hands of this Silas, but it's comfort galore for them.
That's another circle.
Oh my god
Quickly grand entrances up and available here for BLG. You love to see it. It's a tried and true combo that we've seen many, many times in the past. I feel like you could have shown me this draft like 4 years ago, make that 6 years ago, and I'd be like, oh yes, no, very strong.
Yeah, very, very meta. But really, I am excited for this game. I favor HLE's draft because I think the Silas can still have a strong laning phase against the
希望12点以前可以结束谢谢谢谢 BLG
ultimates and kind of do the same thing whenever he wants to, and you have the Gnar that's been unstoppable pretty much this entire series. it makes me think our chances of a Game 5 are higher than the chances of a BLG 3-1.
This game relies on Shun getting ahead early. If you can invade on this Kindred, if you can get those stacks, if you can shove Peanut out of the game, you can have that chance to just take over on the Kindred. Having double AD carries is fantastic because you can realistically only hit one of them. But can you do that? It's can you get that play from Knight to support you? Can On leave bot side to help you on these invades? This is not a style that BLG have played for the majority of their summer because Way was support the lanes. This is now transitioning to support the jungler, a style that they did play last year, but Knight wasn't on the roster.
The thing I do really like about it for BLG though is that they're playing to the series. And the series is whoever can win these mid to late game team fights is in the best position. We've seen it even as early as the first Grub fight, really getting these advantages. And as we dive onto the rift for match point here for BLG, game 4. HLE once again on the blue side. Janet, you might get your wish. It might need to be 2 wins on red.
I want to see 5 games in so many ways. For HLE here, the #1 seed of the LCK. I will say though, for most of the year, considered the #2 team in the LCK. It was a surprise that they were able to defeat Gen.G to get the #1 seed, but either one of these teams going home in quarterfinals is a massive disappointment compared to their expectations, and especially for HLE. I know we've hit it many times, but it is probably in the front of Doran and Peanut's mind, and they're attempting to push it to the back of their minds that it could just be another Worlds failure. It could be another loss to BLG.
But it's insane that it's one of these top seeds from LCK and LPL going home today, because on the opposite side of BLG, like, they bought Knight, the kingmaker in the LPL. 6 of the last finals he was in, 4 of the last finals he has won, and he has been the difference maker for these squads he has entertained. BLG brought him across to take over from JDG, be the top team in the LPL, and they succeeded domestically. But MSI, they dropped short. It looked like in Swiss they were going to drop short, but a win here today would firmly put them as BLG are back.
It just gets them completely back on track. It would make them 2 series away from a world championship. Everything is just go right ahead.
Yeah, and also after winning the last 6 games in a row against Weibo, I don't think they're worried about a semi-final. And I don't know whether HLE can say the same thing, right? Like, Weibo can throw some curveballs. This is a dangerous team, but it looks like BLG, in the playoffs especially, had been able to find their angles. So I can imagine that they'd feel like winning this is basically everything towards getting another finals berth here for the squad. See what they're able to make happen. Has been underneath the turret. We've got another lane swap coming on through here. Just a little bit of trivia for you. Shun, it's pretty good at Kindred. Currently on a 69% win rate over 49 games. It's a lot of games.
It's another one of these kind of weird lane swaps.
人家要出事了。
They might be able to get this dive in fast before he can. He's saving his counter strike.
Yeah, On making his way in. It's going to be a decent counter-strike usage, but they do manage to break away. There's the flash heroic charge as Peanut.
It's tough.
Gonna have to get himself out of there, as I think that this is going to be too much. Viper tanking up the turret, and the turret is getting real angry. Bin just getting experience as this is going. And can they actually make this one happen? Meganar is coming on in relatively soon. Another counter-strike comes down. They get out of the way. As Doran about to hit Mega. Can they get it? There's first blood going over to Viper. The knockup comes in.
哇，好可惜，
Barely Hanwha able to make that work, but crucially,
好可惜哦，都玩得很好。
Bin will fall. The tower plates will go over. The interrupt comes through from On, just to try and stop Doran getting to that wave on the top side, so he can't TP to collect that. So actually a good move from On to deny that from Doran.
It is. I don't even know if that's considered a big success for HLE to just get the 1 kill. Yes, they get some plates, but Elk is level 4. He's crashing yet another wave of just missed experience on that top side. Doran's going to be behind Bin and experience as well. That was such a heroic defense there by BLG, and now Doran, who's been really far behind the last 2 games, is in a little bit of a deficit to start this one.
And this is why I love the adaptation from On. He's been taking heal into these lanes where they are opting into the swaps, because he knows, hey, all I need to do is try and keep Bin alive as long as possible. Now, he does end up going down, but that heal was crucial to that first dive not working out. On then flashing for the interrupt, Doran then has to TP to that bottom side, so he gets the wave, but Viper is massively far behind now as a result of that flash auto interrupt.
And the other thing about the importance of the Kindred in this game, Peanut spent 45 seconds diving a turret. Shun was killing camps, so he's absolutely off to the races on this Kindred.
Feeling very, very good about it. And as the dust settles, I mean, the gold, that's going to be there for HLE, but what it means for the rest of the game is what we're going to have to bear in mind. I think we need to do a little bit of a Silas inventory to see what kind of ultimates he has. I seem to remember quickness being pretty good for Silas in the past, certainly a favorite, but the heroic entrance as well could be a huge one for delivering Zeka into these fights and being able to match Knight and the extra mobility around the map that a Galio does have.
And that's why I'd actually opt in towards the heroic entrance over the likes of, say, Kindred ult, right? Because Kindred ult will go down, but having that everyone pile on in, you want a double Galio ult to basically match what Knight is going to try and achieve there with it. So I think that's where having this Silas is going to be crucial for Zeka, but already we're swapping the map on wall, getting some turret plates back for Viper is very nice, especially when he's already picked up a nice little bit of lead for himself thanks to that early kill.
Yep, and we do have to say as well that Zeka in a melee matchup, as this Silas as well, like you're favored in a matchup against the Galio, and so he could be really accelerated in this game. We'll see what BLG are going to be able to do about that, as the Grand Entrance is going to connect onto Viper, but the Counter-Strike not quite so good as Knight and Shun trying to get something done here onto Zeka in this mid lane. Fair bit of extra damage, but the slow is good. Shun going to have to back away.
Pretty free timing on that gank by Kindred. He had the tempo to be able to pull that off, and he's just getting the Silas a little bit low. They know he's already teleported back, so he's not going to have time to take a recall before the grubs. That might just be the ticket to let them have this objective, just getting free damage on Peanut as well.
Yeah, it's a flash in, as unfortunately you can't dance of arrows, but there's the heroic entrance from Zeka. He's like, I'm here, and Peanut is going to live. More fighting here towards this bottom side of the map, as Doran's gonna have to get out of there, but the grubs should belong to BLG after all that.
Yeah, Elk hit level 6 in the bot lane, so basically did what you do to an Ezreal. Land that Void Seeker, immediately ult in, end up nearly killing off Doran, but then a good response from Zeka to cover that play on the top side. It means that Shun as well still hasn't picked up a Mark. Mark was on the first Scuttle Crab on the bot side, he's now on another Scuttle Crab on that bot end of the map, so he should be able to run down and pick this one up, but reset's coming through from BLG, and I don't think Peanut wants to let him have it.
Yep. Peanut has been
a little devil here.
over, yeah.
Yeah, he's played against Pioshik a lot.
He's gonna get himself
so he does know about this. Shun is going to move in though. Now On gonna try and make his way out. It is going to be Peanut. Should be able to lock this one down, and he does. So denies another mark there. Not end of the world or anything like that. Of course, it is very nice to have quite a few of these marks, and accelerating towards 4 marks is, of course, exactly what you want to do. But it's not end of the world.
Yeah, the added range is going to be incredibly nice, especially with all the circles. Being able to auto-attack outside of some of the circles is big. But the sequence we just saw, I think, was actually attached to the sequence we saw right at the start of the game, where HLE had a gold lead, but we were saying BLG had experience advantages and tempo advantages, and they just cashed some of it in there by being able to get level 6 first in the bot lane, and Bin
Doran
trying to cash in more.
Yeah, in a little bit of trouble.
However,
he does get to his turret. Elk is now the one that's having some issues here towards his bottom side. Barrier doing a fair bit of work there. Sorry, the Guardian Shield doing a bit of work there.
We already saw Zeus in this matchup though be on the business end when Bin starts to get leads like this, so Doran does need to be exceptionally careful. Didn't have the level 6 hit, and now is sitting a full level behind Bin, who's just going to keep this pressure up. He's going to start to whack away in this turret, as Elk should just be able to farm out this wave. Still though, Viper sitting at 600 gold lead, he should be able to back away and get a nice few items for himself, and I think that's where you're going to be looking as the difference maker for HLE. Can Viper get a good ultimate that just swings this game back in favor of the LCK first seed?
Yep, Viper of course being able to grab a couple of plates so far in this game, and with that advantage being on a misfortune as well, does mean that you've got a bunch of extra early game power hitting so much harder on these single items, 2 items. Should be able to help them find some battles in this early to mid game they weren't able to find in the last few games. Still, this game certainly slowing down. 500 gold the lead for HLE, but it means basically 0. And Bin versus Doran here on this top side of the map, still something that if you are an LCK fan, does make you feel very, very wary, as On taking damage continually here in this bottom lane.
But at least for now, Doran's holding his own into the Jax. He avoided the solo kill early. they did manage to actually kill him at the very end of their early dive. And as long as he doesn't overextend, the Kindred's not an incredibly potent ganker.
Oh dear. Oh, going to get Doran out of there.
He found him. Now it just buys the team time knowing that he's on the other side of the map.
Well, I think it was also to poke his head in for the Scuttle Crab respawn. Again, just contest those marks that are coming through from the Kindred. So getting the vision, getting the push here from Peanut, just to make sure that they can take it right as it spawns. And I think, Shun, you have Knight at least pushing in mid, but they would love for Jax to come across for this.
Yeah, Bin now just going to try and turn this one onto a Mega Gnar as Doran just smacks him against the wall, knows that he's not going to be able to fight this. Bin just going to be distracted by the wave for the moment.
Oh, it's a trap. It's a crab trap.
Yeah, Knight is going to come on through. Peanut is able to lock down the crab, and now Zeka looking to try and push them out of there. Shun trying to aim those arrows. Zeka's able to slow him down.
Pretty interesting there. I couldn't quite tell, but I'm pretty sure Knight was sitting on the control ward waiting for Shun because they wanted to kill Peanut, but Peanut just got the Scuttle Crab. But if Knight would have gone on him right away, he probably could have prevented it. And that's really what Shun would have wanted, because he's still denied his first mark 10.5 minutes into the game.
That is an incredibly fast portal. With the amount of armor that she's wearing, I'm surprised she can move that fast, but it does work out, and he's just able to step on out. And it means now, again, denied the opportunity to get those marks up. You want to try and play on towards this bottom side as well, with Dragon up available, it looks like, for BLG, just the way that they've set up. But this also then gives a bit more pressure towards Hanwha on towards the Void Grubs. But BLG just happy to go for a trade on the map state right now.
Yep, looking for the Dragon in trade for the Grubs. We've seen this one agreed upon many, many times. And so BLG being able to pick up the first 3 as well means that it's only going to be an evened out Grub situation. And for the first time, we have no Void Mines, which is a bit sad because they're very cute.
It does mean that Zeka can't really approach this wave because Shun is already hooshing over. Hanwha trying to deny the dive from BLG in the bottom lane. With that push in mid, Knight can always join with the ultimate though, so this is very risky for Hanwha, but Zeka should be able to clear out the wave.
Yep, he is going to be able to steal away a quickness here as well. Definitely one of the more valuable in some of these skirmishes. Zeka able to rotate his way over for that mid lane once again. So Knight pushing on in, to be able to get that one to crash. Peanut is going to turn up as well. He's going to be able to hold that wave so that Zeka can get over and get all of the money and experience.
Yeah, currently big fan of the way HLE has played this early game. Yes, they're down one early Drake, but I think the biggest problems in games 2 and 3 was Bin pulling ahead of Doran. Hasn't happened as of yet. Viper also a little bit off to the races. He's been shut down in the last 2 games. And of course, Zeka's just on Silas, maybe looking to make a play.
Yeah, the quickness looking to try and catch Shun here, as you can see. Level 8, so does have that Lamb's Respite available, but doesn't have to use it, just going to wander away.
It's Scuttle Scraps again though. They want to try and move down into the spot side river, and that's why you saw Shun and Knight playing hyper aggressive, seeing if they can maybe push Peanut out, get some damage onto him, but now
怎么画面永远切上来都是兵把多兰打退啊
So I think they should just deny more of those marks away from Shun, and this Kindred hasn't worked out for them thus far.
Yeah, he is, you know how I said it's not that bad at the beginning? It's starting to get bad. It's like bad. This is not good. We're going to go towards the negatives here. Still, it's going to remain on those rifts. Maybe one of them he's able to pick up. Bottom side of the map is where the next one is. Knight on, moving up towards his top side of the map as Doran needs to build up that Naba. Peanut just wants to evict someone, and he is going to be able to do so. On going to be taking a little bit of a journey away, and Zeka's teleport will mean that the play does not work. However, they did have to invest that summoner spell.
Up to the bot side though, they were looking at a potential TP in here behind Hanwha. There's the TP!
Yeah, TP is going to come on through, and remember, Zeka does not have his, Doran doesn't have his. And I don't think Viper's going to be escaping this one. 3 versus 2. Delight just, yeah, he's getting out of there. Viper knows that he's the tastier target, so they're only going to lose that one.
And the Scuttle Crab is still there! Shun will manage to get one for himself!
There it is, the first mark to go down for Shun. This Kindred finally going to be able to start building things up. Does need a little bit more, but there we go. Gorgeous.
3 more until it matters. Woo! Let's go. I will say, though, a nice sequence of play there. HLE thought they had a nice map play when Peanut was able to reject the dive and they could get the first turret of the game. But the ward comes in extremely clutch there, and I think it was a really nice play by BLG to teleport down and get the counter kill.
Yeah, first turret for 1 kill, though. Still probably okay for HLE as far as money is concerned. But being able to take Viper off the map for a bit certainly did help out for the tempo.
Yeah, and I think this is where they're going to unlock now. Bin again, moving up towards this top side. Rift Tower is up and available, and you could potentially fight this with Static Shiv available, but it's still a risky play for BLG. You can see the Dorans on the bottom side, still no TP, so I think BLG trying to rush this with 5-man advantage.
See what they can get done here as Peanut on the blue buff right now wants to finish that one off before they do start trying to contest. It looks like contesting isn't actually on their mind though, as Zeka looking for that flank angle. The Rift Herald is going to be taken. As we get the lane economy snapshot, it's Shun, the only one with any sort of gold advantage. That bottom side of the map where so much of that money has been made.
Yeah, that was a bit of a fake contest from HLE, trying to make BLG maybe peel off of it or try to burn a few cooldowns because Doran was getting so much free time on the bot side. And I do think it's a bit of a side quest this game to make sure Jax doesn't get too far ahead of the Nara. So I'm actually totally fine with HLE taking that trade if it means Doran can get free gold.
Shun going to be spotted here as Peanut is going to be sweeping out the area.
And for HLE, they kind of now are in a position where they can take the reins a little bit. They're starting to get these big item completions coming through. The first item starting to be done. This is where you're in a position to, hey, Zeka can start threatening these side lanes. You can start looking for plays on towards mid lane as well if Elka's ever left by his lonesome. So it makes things a little bit easier now for Hanwha to open up with Delight and Peanut on the map, which is where they have been most comfortable working through this support jungle.
Peanut standing on a ward there, Azon has been pretty good being able to keep up vision for his team. As Elk losing out on that trade quite considerably, especially with the Void Seeker missing. Another double up going to connect onto this Kai'Sa. Mid lane control, I think, firmly in the hands of Viper right now, and it looks like the last couple of games have made this guy angry.
Absolutely, and another Drake is up in 25 seconds. Viper able to get some damage. Mid lane stack up his Bloodthirster shield, but Finn just free time on this turret up here, and Zeka's matching without teleport, so BLG definitely more well prepared on the map for this Drake.
Yep, Justice Punch going to get Knight into the brush, but Doran not going to be caught napping on that one.
It stops his reset though for Triforce, which is what he was really hoping for. So again, giving more space for BLG to work on this bottom half of the map. Dragon now going to be started by them. Knight is resetting, has the ultimate to get back into place. Actually, going to cancel that reset. So looks like BLG go for Dragon. Hanwha, potential trade for the topside turret here.
Yeah, it looks like Zeka without teleport, they had no intention of actually contesting for that dragon. So it should be Earth, Wind, and Fire coming on through here as well on the cards for BLG, who have already got those first couple of dragons.
Peanut thinking of denying that second mark on this top side of the map as well. You can see the Scuttle Crab is there, but here comes the charge.
Yep.
Rift Tower going to take us and open up at least a counter punch for BLG.
Pretty even trade across the board, and I'm just getting nervous at this stage of the game because of what's at stake for these players. I mean, Peanut's Worlds career has not been nearly as prestigious as his domestic career. Just looking at the LCK, he's been amazing, but he's definitely been labeled as a Worlds choker. I'd say this game, on Poppy, one of his best picks. He's playing great, he's looking comfortable, but the really big high pressure moments are still yet to come. So just seeing whether or not he can overcome that and make this Game 5 happen against BLG, the team that knocked him, Doran, and Delight out last year. And it's, like I said, it's making me nervous.
Yeah, no, it's making me nervous as well, because what's more powerful? The clutch factor of Zeka and Viper, who have been able to win Worlds off the back of just 5-game series over and over again. Both of these players have been able to make that happen. And then Doran and Peanut that haven't been able to pass that test. We'll have to see. This game so far so good. That would get them to a game number 5. Then they'd have to probably win on the red side as well. And I think what we all want is 5 games. That's about it. There's now Peanut going to be diving out. Shun making his way in, going to be able to steal away a red buff. Very nicely done. Was that another mark? No, still sitting on 1. So not a great cadence when it comes to marks. 1 every 20 minutes is probably not what you want.
I mean, it's been very unfortunate. The lane swap happened, he doesn't get the mark on top side, and then the mark spawns on bottom side once more, right as you're trying to get out of base. And then every time they've gone for a play on bottom side, it's actually spawned to the top half of the map on that Scuttle Crab. So he's been very unfortunate with the way this one has gone out. Now you can see it on the crook there.
Yeah, and I don't think marks can actually be on red buffs at this point. It's been a while since I've played some Kindred. But it's going to be on that Grump for about 4 seconds until Peanut is going to take it down. So denied once again. Shun does hit level 11 though.
The thing that I've noticed in this series though is that BLG have kind of got off to very quick starts and they look great, but almost team fights have come in clutch and may need it here.
Let's see what can happen as Crashdown just going to get Delight out of there. It looks like they don't want to get anything happening right now as Peanut lurking. More vision going down, as you can see. Both of them getting the information. Shun comes on over. That's going to make sure that BLG have control. And 1 minute away from Baron. Topside vision could certainly be important as Zeka is sweeping things out, knows that that ward is there, and now looking to try and get under the turret. There's the quickness. It goes down the heroic entrance to come on in, and Zeka with that quickness makes his way to safety, but the turret cannot do that because it can't move.
Yeah, the kill would have been the icing on the cake, but the point of that play for BLG was to actually kill the turret. They had a huge amount of tempo accumulated, they got deep vision in the jungle, and then they just collapsed nicely to even that turret score. And I would say that as Delight gets engaged on.
Yeah, that's a grand entrance to come on through. Too many entrances here as the Magnet Storm is going to be the response. Viper, so much damage, and there goes Shun. Where was the respite? Lamb, what happened? Okay, well, that is just going to be a kill. And now Peanut is looking to steal away the enemy jungle at the same time. The smite is going to come through, and now this turret, is it under fire? Looks like BLG are going to be able to take down the minion wave. Good pick for HLE.
Hanwha wanted to go for that play, but you could see Bin was completely missing on that bottom side, so they invested TP from Doran to get into the play, but I think Shun didn't want to use the Lamb's Respite with that Dragon just coming up in a few minutes' time, wanted to make sure that at a pre-Dragon fight, he would have that ultimate available, but it's a great pick from Hanwha. The fact that they immediately jump onto him, the CC combo was fantastic, and there's just nowhere for him to escape to.
It is going to be hard for him to actually get that ult off in team fights, though, because Poppy can stun him, and they have so many things they can chain their CC with, especially once damage gets more lethal. But what I was going to say before that fight started is, to me, this series has been BLG stacking tiny advantages through map play, wave management, vision control, and then HLE kind of trying to fight their way out of things.
Yeah.
This game, at least they have that 2,000 gold lead, which is somewhat canceled with the Infernal and the Cloud Drake in terms of who's actually winning the game. So it's going to come down to team fighting, at least on the side of HLE, and making sure they're not overly brute forcing, because BLG has had some incredible setups to objectives this series.
And the thing that's giving me as a LCK representative hope is that 1.1k next to Viper's name, which is looking pretty good moving into this stage of the game as Elk throws down that Void Seeker. And Peanut have to deal with Wolf just for a moment. It's going to be fine.
Pushing
moving back.
Pushing that bottom side for Bin, though, means he gets to rotate across first, so BLG going to try and gain access to the wave here, but this is so dangerous because Peanut ultimate can separate the fight and immediately start things off with a flash stun onto Shun over a wall, so this is risky for BLG trying to take this position.
Not to mention the fact that now we've got the heroic entrance being put up. There's a taunt landing onto Delight there. It takes a fair bit of damage from that Acathian Rain.
It's kind of tough for HLE to get in. They have Meganar, which will allow them to walk through a little bit, but they still don't have a great way of entering. Knight's holding that flank, and the Drake's going down fast.
Yep, Knight can always join the rest of his team as well, so it doesn't matter that he is moving away. HLE are just going to try and brute force their way in as Zeka with that heroic entrance looking to come forward. That's going to be the steal to come through. The bullet time is interrupted, and they all pile in on top of Viper, and Elk executes him in that back line. Peanut picks up his buckler, gets that shield. Shun taking down Zeka is at full health, and Knight is now trying to beat him down. Doran trying to exit this fight as Zeka is just getting thrown around like a ragdoll. Lands one chain, but it ain't enough, and it's a triple kill for Elk.
In the battle of the 80 carries,
Elk 玩得好哎。
he had more agency on the Kaisa, and he was a secret agent in that fight. Assassinates Viper, shoves off Peanut, and immediately BLG. Are they looking at the Baron?
They're pinging on the Baron. The Kindred's going to be alive. He can run out fast. Knight and Bin are close. They were thinking about it.
Yeah, full information over to HLE as we can see here. The BLG marking it as a little bit too dangerous. Let's have a look at this fight one more time.
All eyes were on the Drake. Peanut gets the steal. Amazing. Watch the 80 carries, though. Viper starts channeling his bullet time. Bin, flash, stun on top of Onzer Khan. Elk over the top.
换在镜爪身上，
Does this fight
镜爪还活这么
even
久。
though the Silas was able to approach the backside, that was all that was left.
And he used it on Doran, not on Viper. That's where the heroic entrance needed to be. Try and defend your guy doing the big damage.
But the thing was, it was big damage onto the Lamb's Respite.
Yeah.
Shun popped it in the fight. They don't get to kill him. And Zeka's standing there kind of with his arms going, what do you want me to do, lads? Sure, there's a Kindred here, but I can't kill him. And the entire backline is being devastated.
玩得好
Well,
哎。
now hopefully we're going to reach some normalcy as you can see. Oh, man. Elk, massive team fight damage. That's going to bring them back to dead even in this game.
And we've heard Emily talk about it on the desk, but to see this man become the player that he is absolutely incredible. It was constant limit testing when he was Jomon.
Oh my.
But now we might need to do it again. It's Hanwha.
They're flipping it.
They're just doing Baron.
Boy.
Well, let's see what Shun can actually do here. Of course, Kindred can cause some issues as now they get the information. They are going to rotate their way over. Life Esports, are they looking for a turn or are they looking to burn? That's going to be the question. They break the blast cone. Has now been going to take the long way around. Does not have flash up and available. This should just be a 50-50. Is On going to get thrown away by that big Gnar. The taunt going to come down, lands only onto one as they get into the back line. The charm is beautiful here from Zeka. The bullet time this time will not be interrupted. And there goes the Galio. 4 versus 3 though now, as you can see, Peanut is down incredibly low. 3k health on the Baron and Shun. He dived back into the pit. Viper still so incredibly healthy as in they go onto the Lambs respite. The Baron is included in this one, but it's kills now. Shun is dead, and the Baron is over to
Oh my god! Oh my god!
The Baron is 5. BLG try and contest. Zeka's holding the flank.
Look at his face. It was ice cold, man. You saw Zeka right there. He's like, we win these. I don't know whether you always do, man.
I don't have the confidence to win those, but those boys right there do. When the chips were down, this looked dicey. Doran has to jump away. He's already used the ult. Delight by so much space. The interrupt from Peanut means that they get to kill Knight. Bin can't enter the fight, and it's the knock away at the last second from Shun. Let's Hanwha gather themselves once more.
I could not believe Shun jumped back in. I thought it was over. Just let the Baron reset, but he's thinking he can mind game it with the Kindred ultimate. He actually has to use it early to save On, and then Bin jumps in, I'd say a hair early to try and get some level of execute. Viper played this amazingly,
the
and they
double
clean
up.
And the counter-strike there, as you say, was a little early. He doesn't time it the second that Kindred ult ends. And it means that they're in to bring it back.
Dandy are going to need some Hanwha life insurance after this one, I think, or at least some medical attention. I can imagine that this is certainly keeping them on their toes. And if there is going to be another game in this series, they're going to have to get through that one as well. 40 seconds on this Mountain Drake, still soul point available for BLG. And 5,000 gold is what this lead has ballooned to with that Baron going down for HLE.
I just can't believe that's what got HLE here. Let's just start Baron with 5. Like, just
they were like, what would T1 do?
With the number of variables in the game, Kindred with Kindred R, Galio flying in after you, Kaiser Rakan being able to flank you from any angle, and it just works. And now they're in a position, 5,000 gold up, first setup on this next Mountain Drake, hoping to push us to a game 5.
In that moment, I kind of just, I want to have that thing from the Matrix, you know, where Morpheus is like, he's beginning to believe. That's what Peanut was doing when they decided to try and flip, as this is feeling a little bit dangerous here. Shun wanting to take down Zeka, you can see representing that. Wants to be able to grab a mark there, as now Zeka, with that heroic entrance up and available, they are on the dragon now. Good flank angle here from Bin, looking to make his way forward, but they're spotting it. They know what's going on. BLG do grab control of this dragon though.
Bin's behind them.
Yeah.
They have no vision. They don't know where Bin is.
Yeah, Bin is now going to move on in. They spot him. That is going to be the Kindred locking down the Drake. Is now Doran. Decent position. Double circles. Double Gallios. Everyone's in the sky, but it's On that goes down now into the backline. Goes Bin. Elk's going to join in the supercharger for all of that value. They take down Viper, and the Lambs respite buys all the time in the world. HLE are now running for the hills. It's a double kill again.
What the hell?
Elk and the Kaiser is just massive in this game. They're not done yet. Knight gonna get slowed down as Doran is in so much trouble. That's another bonk on the noggin, and Bin will be able to take him down. Now, Zek, I don't think this turret is that safe because these guys are incredibly tanky, but Knight is by himself. So maybe Zeka just kind of kills him. We'll just have to see as the taunt will connect and his friends are going to run back in again with these chains as he's trying to turn it onto Shun. He goes golden. Shun is 1 auto from dead as they get the knock up the Kingslayer for the help. And oh my god, how is that so close?
It is punch for punch. It is circle for circle. It is everything thrown between these two teams. but the cooldowns just aren't there for Hanwha. When these fights start, the DPS is there for BLG.
The bounce back, BLG's 5,000 gold down. Not only do they get the Drake, watch the extended dive on a Diaper. It looks like the Viper dive has been repelled by the Silas stolen Galio circle, but now watch. There's a mark on Viper, Bin can still jump, Kaisa flies in, Galio's still there. They're the ones that kill the 80 carry first and shot on the backside by so much time.
And every time we look at these fights, it's that time boss. That little second that BLG need to finish someone and find their way back into the fight. And the burst damage that in theory should carry Hanwha with a gold lead like this is being denied. And it's BLG that are rallying here.
And a small bit to the end of that. Zeka trying to 1v3 and giving away his bounty at the end could be a tilter. That means to me he thought he needed to do that. They still had the lead. You cannot give away that 800 gold in that situation. BLG's back in it.
But Mountain Soul in 2.5 minutes. That can be the next war cry for BLG. Hanwha already snuck away a Baron. They already played around that objective. Viper just finished Guardian Angel. Crucial items that can really be the difference maker, that can keep you here at this World Championship, or that could send you back home empty-handed.
As Peanut is really but is gonna get caught out, and with the steadfast presence he can't do anything, but the heroic entrance is gonna be there, gets a decent knockup, but there's a Magnet Storm, as now it's Knight that's in trouble, doesn't have the same ability as On, and he dies for his 80 carry sins.
Peanut with the play, he hides in the jungle of BLG.
How is he there? I mean, from looking at this beautiful stadium, and then Peanut is just there.
But these are the same traps Hanwha set for FlyQuest, the same traps that are catching BLG, and just when it looks like BLG had got their footing, it's Hanwha fighting back now. They're going to be able to get the mid lane turret, but how much more can BLG go for? I don't think they have the cooldowns for this.
But Baron's in 7 seconds. Knight is up in 20 seconds. A 20-second difference. I think they're just going to rush it. Bin is maybe getting the turret. I think they just get this Baron uncontested.
Well, we'll see what they can actually do here as the teleport is. They do not want to give this one away. The Void Seeker is going to miss. And HMLife Esports Doran on a decent flank angle here. He's going to charge up that Navarre Bin with the counter-strike. Doesn't land it onto too many as now Zeka threatening with the quickness. And Doran's hit that Mega Nav Bin. He goes down first. One after the other. They're looking to try and take them down. As HMLife Esports move back towards the Baron. Doran tanking up these Baron shots. And Shun is so dangerous.
I mean, the Baron resets. I think HMLife could have stolen it.
Knight TP back in as well. He's trying to get the flank opportunity. The 80 carries are just
gonna hit it. Yeah, Shun is looking for a mark in the meantime. That's why we're zooming out so incredibly far. The teleport in from Doran. He's charged up all of that health once again. Missed time from On. Doesn't find the grand entrance. The Baron once again going down. Shun, good position. Dives towards Delight. Delight is going to be okay for the moment. Decent grand entrance is going to connect there as now Peanut gets the heroic charge into the wall. Knight going to take down Delight. They trade these supports as Viper in the Baron pit gets a full channel. And Knight is buying so much time. Elk is also so incredibly strong. It's another one into the wall. The Lambs respite to keep them alive, but another set of knockups. This time from Zeka and Elk. Can you do it again? Is he going to find it? The chain is going to miss. The GA comes down. He takes out Viper. He misses one. Elk is going to saves the game.
The double 80 carries never really
超强
BLG are fighting
超强
and shooting on all cylinders, but
还有颗超强
back to bloody square one. What an unbelievable
超强哎！我的天哪
He hits the Baron once again. There's so many insane things to note in this
Oh my
fight.
God.
At first, both supports drop, but then I literally thought it turned multi-times.
打得超好
Which saves Viper after it's going to come up in a second. This is the thing you need to see. That Poppy W stops the Kaisa from executing Viper right at the end there. And then Elk sidestepping Zeka's
波比真的好可惜，差点全收掉。
sidesteps that E. It's a 1v3, and he almost gets all of them.
The stopwatch on Peanut's ultimate. The sidestep from Zeka's
Oh my god!
barely able to get her.
很厉害，超强。队友的反应也好可爱。
Everyone can get in at a moment's notice. Teleports down for Knight does not matter.
Oh, boo,
going to be there. There it is. But On is immediately dead. Now Knight in an awkward position, but Bin with that counter strike. It's the ulti to come through from Zeka as well, but already Viper is out of this one. Elkin's going to be traded. It's even footing now for the start of it. As Peanut's down incredibly low, but he runs pretty quickly, and it's Doran that's going to go down first. Giga Bin is now amongst it. He's the one that has to carry this one through as Delight running the wrong direction, and it's once again Zeka against the world. As Delight is trying to canter his way out of this one, and he might be able to get that flash off to escape. As the rest of BLG,
he's trying to buy time.
Chasing him down. That's going to be it. The Dance of Arrows comes on through. And there's nothing that Zeka's going to be able to do about it. This should be Mountain Soul for BLG and maybe a game-breaking win in this game.
It might just be the win. I don't see, with how close these fights have been, how you can overcome the Mountain Soul. Zeka might try something crazy with Kindred Ultimate, but I think he just knows that it's doomed if he would give away his life. So big win for BLG.
And it was a slow start for this Kindred. We were
太顶了。
that was coming through from. But
Wow.
Sean's been magnificent in these fights thus far. The fact that you pick off Elk, you think that Hanwha have a chance, but Shun is still firing on all cylinders in the backline, and now they get to turn over towards this Baron once more.
It really has been that double 80 carry. The fact that Shun, with the first Kindred of this World's groups, or World's quarters, Worlds in general, is doing it.
And Wei could not have done this. It's Shun coming back onto BLG after his hiatus in summer to say, I deserve to play at Worlds. We got you here last year, and I swear we will get you to the semi-final.
扯，
That
很
hyperbolic
扯
time chamber is one heck
经
of
济
a
反
place.
超了。
Dagda, I would 100% agree, but let's have a look at this fight one more time, because it started off okay after On whiffed this for HLE.
I don't know what more HLE can do, because Peanut even blocks the Kaisa entrance one more time. Shun dodging the Meganar ultimate from Doran when Doran needed to save it for the big group might be one of the things that turned it.
这把这一个团战的劲爪输出位置太好了，有点过得有点舒服。
There's too many things flying at Viper for Viper to stay alive.
Yeah, and it's Shun again, like dodging away from Zeka on the chains, having that black cleaver to make him somewhat tanky and also shred.
先去出饭饭，现在吗？现在才吃吗？拜拜。现在才吃太晚了吧？
When it was Zeka that was backing, I was thinking maybe he's going to look for something there, but like you say, a lot of bad guys in the area, and now with that Mountain Soul, with the Baron buff, and now rotating around BLG, this is a huge advantage for them. Not represented in the gold or in the items just yet, but the game state should be a massive balloon of wealth to be put into this red side team. BLG look to crash down this top side.
Baron and Soul, HLE have to get such a massively clean engage, and even then, there's so much that can buy time. Galio, Kindred.
Wallop going to come on through there as now Zeka looking for Knight, but he's so tanky. This just takes way too long to try and take down the Galio as Voidseeker going to connect onto Doran.
He's in the bot side.
Yeah, and Bin is just going to demolish this turret, absolutely. Past goes Peanut. Going to be able to absorb the counter-strike, but look at this, it's just all of the structures falling one after the other. Inhibitor 1 will go down, Inhibitor 2 soon to follow. And BLG, this has been what they've been so good at this series. That's just playing the map, and they have the control in order to do so. I think dotting these I's and crossing these T's shouldn't be too much of a problem.
And wiping these brows when this is all done, my word.
Oh my goodness.
They must be stressed as Knight. Focused once more.
Yeah, Bin looking for that wraparound as well, on wanting that flank angle. See whether he can get in there as Shun, you can see. Wanting to try and find an avenue in. More Void Seekers going to be connecting here from Elk. They are really starting to hurt. Knight going to finish off this inhibitor because we know he can just heroic entrance to try and find more. HLE, you have to fight now if you want to try and keep your world's dreams alive. This is it. It is do or die, and BLG, they can sense a rematch with Weibo. Decent interruption there as Bin can't come on through, and the channel of the bullet time is good, but Zeka kind of whiffs the heroic entrance, and BLG just stand back. They play patient, and they remove the last inhibitor, and they're now looking for Nexus turrets. So many buttons now on cooldown for Humble Life Esports. I think they've run out.
BLG have the TP though. Bin Reset was considering coming back into the fight, but it looks like they're just going to back away. The base is in shambles, and a stiff breeze from BLG is all it's gonna take.
They are in such control of this game. Just a little bit more, and they'll make it back to semifinals. They'll have confidence in the semifinals. They have to be going crazy with what is ahead of them now. And HLE will have to make some miraculous, desperate last stand. Mountain Soul, 3 inhibitors down. BLG filling their pockets. Oh, look at the items. Look at the items on Elk right now. Max item Kaisa.
And this is the BLG everyone feared. It took them some time to show up to Worlds, but this is what made them so dominant in the LPL. This is the moment for them to show the world why they deserve to move to semifinals, why they deserve to be in the top contenders of 2024. But Hanwha have to find some way to prevent them. Zeka nearly at its full items. Maybe he can make it work on this Silas. This has been the pick of the series, but he might be about to get picked as Knight.
Yeah, Zeka could be in trouble here. She's done doing so much damage at this point in the game. Kindred, her scaling is something we haven't really been talking about because it feels like the game hasn't let us, but Shun is so incredibly powerful now, despite not having very many marks early on. He has 7 at this point in the game. And he can shoot them from so incredibly far away. One Nexus turret stands in the way.
Trying to walk it in.
Between BLG and another date with Weibo in a best of 5. And they're pretty good at those. They're now going to dive in, looking to finish this one off. Already the turret is going to be taken down. Peanut finds a decent ultimate. Yeah, that's just the Nexus rush. That's BLG.
GG.
Take down LCK's first seed and move to semifinals.
GG.
The #1 seed from
GG.
the LPL struggled in Swiss. They were 1 game away from elimination in the last stage, but all sins are forgiven.
玩得好，今天真的玩得好，
To the semifinals.
And that deja vu only
赚钱喽，赚钱喽！
Delight, Doran, and Peanut that fell in the quarter
对啊，今天超屌哎！
It has happened. BLG now. A
对了，我要那个了。
Did the impossible in 2023. We'll see whether they can do it again as well.
GG 赚烂喽，赚烂了！天哪，我有5311哦，我现在是1400，因为我刚中间有空一把，超好看！今天第3把超好看，超好看，0，你又0了，你又0了。你刚刚那把要喊话哦，怎么这样？那你没有看完阵容再选哦？怎么变0了？很好看，我觉得很好看很好看。今天的第3场，第4场，第4场，好看。真的好看，帅！好哎！看得真爽，看得爽，吃的也爽，全部都爽。哎，可惜呀。真开心啊！今天真开心啊！好啦，那，是不是差不多到这？11点38，是尴尬的时间。我们今天看了4个小时多，看了这个小时吧。真好看啊！团子，我觉得明天的应该也蛮好看的。请你赢了再告诉我结果。 嗯，但是有人明天看不了。可是我今天有鸡排。我不管。T1 number one， 随便啊，我明天更有鸡排啊。可恶！干嘛这样？我们是要这样互相伤害的，是不是？好好笑哦。看你们怎么变低下去？啊，怎么了？我团主，我可以问一个问题？还是阿丑？请问 Gaby 是赢了还是输了？我好想知道哦。请问 Gaby 赢了还是输了？你倒是问他本人啊，那也要他在啊！我是想说，对啊，也要他在啊。0啊。哦，我没有听到 Gaby， 我是无法赌博。我没有办法听到你的操，好可惜哦。忠诚点数0，掉宝外挂坏掉0。为什么？掉宝外挂是什么东西啊？你开外挂哦？怎么这么好笑？我又有读本了，明天每一把都压T1。自动领忠诚点数的图奇必备啊？哪尼有这种好东西哦？可以了，可以休息了。心满意足，心满意足可以休息。羞羞羞 ，Gaby 爸爸，阿丑爸爸，团子爸爸，库玛爸爸，玉玉不知道在不在，玉玉爸爸。爸爸，感谢你们挂着陪我一起开。爸爸，拜拜，晚安啦，关啦。